Let's talk about Discord Wars 8. At the end of Discord Wars 7 last year, I was really interested in what events were popular, what um like what had good participation, like what goals people did in each game. The website has a lot of like in during the event we're so invested in like playing all the games that um it's not as easy to see like what's popular, what other people are doing, to have like a great view of what's going on, especially on the other team. uh so when Discord Wars 7 was over last year, I was really interested in just like what outside of just like your own personal perspective of like, oh, okay, these are the games I played and these are the games people I know in Discord Wars played, but like what I was really curious, what was popular and what were the trends like across all of Discord Wars, across all participants. Last year I did a stat stream like this where I um, looked up people's participation across different events, found out what was popular, and it was really interesting to me. So I decided to do it again this year, and we've got even more. I decided to go try and find even more stats this year. So uh, I want to talk first before we actually get into those stats. I want to talk about how I gathered the data to analyze to create those stats. And last year I just scraped the website, but this year Killy was kind enough to send over an entire dump of the submission database. So I have a record of every single accepted submission for Discord Wars for this year. So that was really helpful for running some like getting statistical data together. One of the key things that had that I didn't have access to before just by scraping the website was it had timestamps on most of the submissions. So we're going to see, I've dedicated the middle section of the presentation, as you see up there in the middle, the time series and leaderboards. We're going to look more in depth on, particularly on certain statistics about like what were popular times to submit, like how did leaderboards progress over time. And that's only possible this year thanks to Killy handing over all of that data. The when I do this analysis for the participation, I only look at um, like groups of people. I don't single people out. Like the presentation today is not about being like, oh, these people got a lot of points and these people didn't get so many points. Like that's not what the purpose is. It's about looking for trends that of like, okay, like these, like how many people like did this game, and like how many points were earned here. And we're not gonna. It's not about like focusing on individual people and calling them out whether they participated a lot or participated a little. So I did my best to process all the data. There's always a possibility that I make a mistake putting the numbers together, but I can give you my word that it's not because I'm trying to like spin. I'm not trying to give you some spin. We're in a no spin zone. I try my best to make sure I don't make any mistakes, but they're not malicious if there are any. They're genuine errors that I made if they do exist. And the last disclaimer is I don't speak for anybody else. I think as we go over stuff today, there'll be moments where we'll be like, oh, okay, like I think this event was fun, or I think maybe we could do more of this, or maybe this didn't go over as well. This wasn't participated in as much as maybe we would have hoped. When I say we or I'm not talking about anybody but like myself. It's not like particularly I don't like I was involved in planning a small part of Discord Wars. I helped plan the FM event. But when I say any kind of opinion I have is not meant to speak on behalf of other people. Like, oh, okay, like SG4E said that that event didn't do so well, so that won't be in Discord Wars again. Like, no, that's not. I just speak only for myself. All opinions expressed during the stream are representatives of those by by the. Yeah, exactly right. This is what we're going to go over today, an outline. We're going to start with team-wide statistics. We're going to look at participation numbers, total on both teams, points scored by both teams, points scored by both teams over events, stuff like that. Then we're going to look at less so on teams. We're going to look at the event as a whole. Like how many events did people participate in on average? How many points did people get on average? After that, we're going to focus on the time series and leaderboards, which will include when were the most popular times that people sent submissions in, and how did the leaderboards change over the course of the event? Please consult your local Discord Wars agent license for the sale of Discord Wars advice. Exactly. Yeah, let none of this information you see herein constitute Discord Wars advice. Please contact a licensed professional. At the end of the time series analysis, though, um, I wanted to take a closer look at the people who submitted thresholds for Discord Wars. So we're going to follow up on that. That was something that was interesting to me. So we're going to finish up the time series and leaderboard section with tracking people who submitted thresholds for leaderboards, since that was a new thing this year. Can't wait for multiple slides charting solos rise and fall on UMA. And then we'll move on to single event statistics. We're going to look at each event by itself, starting with the ones that had only one goal. In other words, you either took points in this event, you either took 0 points in the event, or you took all the points in the event. Look at those first. Then we'll look at the games that had different point thresholds you could go to and get points different ways. Part of those multi-point goals games were the retro achievement games, but I've separated them out into their own little section. We'll look at all of those at a group. And then we'll finish off the single event statistics section of the presentation looking just at FM Hundo. We did a survey of the FM Hundo players, and I'll be showing the data from that tonight. And then we'll wrap it all up. So starting with team statistics, part of my motivation for putting together presentations like this is when I go back to look at like Discord Wars 4, Discord Wars 5, some of the earlier Discord Wars, maybe even as far as 2 and 3. A lot of that information is lost, unfortunately. Like it's hard to figure out. Like Tapioca has an old copy of a PowerPoint back when Discord War, or not a PowerPoint, a spreadsheet back when Discord Wars was tabulated entirely on an online spreadsheet. And it's kind of sad because I wish we still had some of that data, and maybe it still exists in some format, but I'm going to present even some of the most obvious stats like this one. Like this isn't meant to rub in salt in any wounds. This is like, I did actually go back to my previous presentation this year to figure out how many points total were won last year to compare point totals. And having it in this presentation is helpful for me in the future. So I'm going to include all stats no matter how like boring they are. You're all familiar with this one. Legit though, about requesting access to Discord Wars 2 sheet, I wonder if CNOM would grant it to you. Should before it's lost, right? It's about 1,000 point difference between both teams at the final total. Combined, just close of 69,000 points. This is a recreation of the stats exactly as they appeared. The event totals on the website. Nothing novel here, other than I just downloaded the. You can actually on the website download as a CSV. And I just recreated them here. We'll be looking into these in much more in depth in the upcoming slides, though. This is the total number of registered participants on both teams. Now, there's a red number at the bottom of this slide. I want everybody in chat just calm down because that's a fake stat. I don't want anybody panicking about that number at the bottom. Don't worry about it. The following page will explain that, and it's actually not a bad thing. But very close to 300 participants on both teams. Teams very evenly balanced. We came up with a total of 590 participants across teams. That was, however, a decrease in registered participants compared to Discord Wars 7 last year. SG, that's bad. Like we don't want this. We want Discord Wars to be on the upslope, not the downslope, right? Well, no, calm down. Because I then calculated what was the percentage of the team that submitted absolutely nothing. And this is always a stat that's interesting to me. I did track it last year as well. 26% of both teams registered participants did not end up making a single submission for Discord Wars points. And when you subtract those members from the team totals, you actually end up with more participation than the previous Discord Wars. Discord Wars 7. So, say that again. We had 70 fewer registered participants this year. That is a fact. However, we had 82 fewer participants than last year who registered and did nothing. So that means we had plus 12 active participants this year, which is an increase. And I think that's all we should care about. This is always an interesting. I think it's like there's no reason not to join a team. Like we always say this to people. Like if you're thinking about joining, just join. Like just do it. You'll have fun even if you don't do anything. It doesn't disbenefit the team, and that's absolutely true. It is surprising to me that in spite of the fact that Discord Wars is like super addictive for the people like us who really enjoy it, that such a rather high number of the team doesn't actually participate. But last year is like close to a third. That's why this number is much less, and it's something to get excited about. Participation was better this year, and I don't really know what to attribute this to. Particularly that fewer people registered, but more participated. If I had to guess, I think my perception, at least, is that it felt maybe that like the registration process was a little bit rushed. Like I believe like the full games list wasn't out until like less than a week before the event actually started, and submissions were joining was closed, registration was closed. So I wonder if it's like the longer you keep registration open, the more like casual people who might not actually want to play just join just in case. But a smaller submission window means like people who actually, care about Discord Wars, like, oh, yeah, they're on top of it. So I don't really know. That's my guess. My guess is it felt like registration was a little more rushed this year, but it's still people who wanted to participate still got in time. We just kind of lost more people who don't end up participating. Just a guess, though. Let's talk about those people who we know every year there's plenty of returning gamers for Discord Wars. This year, we had 169 brand new participants who had never registered before. This is data thanks to Killy, because Killy has, I guess is a new participants as far as however long the revamped site is. I assume if you participate in like Discord Wars 2 before anything like this was tracked, you might be counted as a first-time participant. But that's a really nice high number. And it is also kind of surprising to me because I just know so many people who really look forward to Discord Wars and join every year, but we do get quite a big draw of brand new participants as well. Now, one thing I was curious about this last year as well, but I didn't have the submission data. But we talked about this active participant count. Like, okay, participants with 0 submissions. Last year, I did this check on participants who took 0 points. That was the closest like proxy I could get because I didn't have submission data. And this year, now that I had submission data, I was curious. Okay, is there anybody who submitted but didn't actually take points? This is just a curiosity stat. This is not meant to like call anybody out. And in fact, there were 5 people on fantasy and 3 people on sci-fi who did submit something to the website but didn't actually take any points. So what did these 8 people do? Well, they were actually threshold gamers, which was really cool. These were people who, they saw like, okay, I can get whatever. I either like, okay, I can do the Uma Musume, get on the thing. I can give Iron Mario a try. How bad can 5 stars be? I can try and grind Showdown. I'll give Pinball a try. So Thresholds did manage to rope-a-dope. Thresholds did manage to rope-a-dope people who didn't do anything else but that. And that was actually cool to me. That was cool to see that there were people who did find a capacity to participate in Discord Wars, even if it meant at the end of the day they weren't taking points, but they still had fun working towards those thresholds. I think it was 4 years worth of data been looking on. Threshold was a good update. How many of those submitted anything? I'm not actually sure. We're going to look at the end. There's a finishing slide in the wrapping up section about stuff we didn't look at. This year, Killy has a lot of really good data on first-time participants, but I've chosen not to look at it just because I didn't want things to get too big. I think that's a really interesting and piece of data that's worth looking at. I just chose not to do it. I think it'd be great if somebody else is interested in stats if they wanted to follow up on that. There's a lot of potential there. But I don't actually know how many of those first time participants were part of the group who didn't submit anything. I mean, it would have been even bigger, Lax. If we put first time participants in, it would have been even bigger. Let's talk about event wide statistics now. In the following slides, we're going to see like team averages and stuff. There's going to be slides where I say, okay, like 30% of the team did this event. And for all the slides coming up, I've chosen to filter out in the total team count anyone who didn't actually submit anything. Now, those 8 gamers, they're still in the totals because I believe I consider them active participants, even though they didn't take any points for their team. They still contributed to their team in other ways by working on those thresholds, which did make points just indirectly. So they're a part of the total number here. But if that group who submitted nothing, I've chosen to take them out of the team total count just because I think the stats are more interesting. So all the future slides we look at, all the like team totals and averages and stuff, that's going to be a total of only people who have submitted something. First, we're going to look at the points per participant. These are histograms. I was on a report via mobile. So this is like, okay, it's like a bar here, right here. Like 0 to 20 about, right? That's how you would read this graph. About like 38, a little over 35 people, between 35 and 40, took between this bin of 0 to 5 points. And then, you know, that's how it works here. So this is fantasy, this is sci-fi. You're going to see throughout all the slides, we're going to have fantasy on the left and the fantasy colors, sci-fi on the right and the sci-fi color. The first thing that sticks out to me is, well, okay, what observations do we have here? This is interesting, right? You've got this hump here. Like fantasy's got like 3 different parts. It's got like the most people and, you know, between most people taking between 0 and like 250 points. And then there's this little hump here. There's like a group of gamers who, even especially around this 400 point, there's like people, 10 people altogether came around here. And then you've got these really big grinders here at the end. Sci-fi doesn't quite have these groups well defined. It just like really falls off, right? There's a little bit of a hump here, which is kind of interesting, right? You think about this 400 threshold, this 400 points around here. Well, both of them sort of have a little like hump here. Like makes you wonder, like what events would that be where you add up to like 400 points? I don't know. However, the Djibouti 4C group, I think what's most interesting to me about these two graphs, and what, in my opinion, is what set the difference between both these teams and led to Sci-Fi winning in the end, was this section here is fatter on Sci-Fi. So both teams had their grinders who, you know, got a lot of points. Fantasy even had more of them, according to this graph. But Sci-Fi had more people who grinded out, you know, between 50 and 200 points than Sci-Fi. And I want to take you back to last year's Discord Wars. We're not going to do this too much. There's going to be points in the presentation where we do a flashback to the previous Discord Wars, but I tried to, just so many interesting things to compare. But I tried to limit myself to only a few moments. Thought it was important to flashback here. So this is pancakes and waffles. As a reminder, pancakes did win this, and you see kind of the similar trend. I made this point last year as well, where pancakes had this wider part here in the lower point groups than waffles did. Like waffles also has a hump. This is a thing that's across both Discord Wars, is they have this hump here, right? They have this hump at like the 300 points. There is inflation though, so 300 is the new 400, I guess, or 400 is the new 300. There's the humps this year. Here's the humps last year. But yeah, this part right here, is fatter for pancakes, and pancakes did take a tight victory, whereas waffles they had way more people who did like between 0 and 20 points or whatever this is, but it fell off really quick. Whereas pancakes had more people who made this section fatter. More people were willing to do a little bit more, not just get just like one event and done. We're willing to do a little bit more. So I think that might be that. That was interesting to me. I think that might be. You could say. I think in team meetings, we like to really rally people around stuff. We want people to get involved, and I think that could be a rallying point for teams. Like Discord Wars, at least last Discord Wars and this Discord Wars, the stats seem to indicate that group does win you the Discord Wars. It's all about getting those people. Like you're going to count on the people who grind Discord Wars to continue to grind it. But it seems like Discord Wars is one. But getting those people who are new or haven't really done that much, maybe like did one or two things, like encouraging them to do just a little bit more. Like, hey, like what if you just played like Pokemon Snap? What if you just tried doing this? And it seems like rallying people just to do a little bit more, making this section fatter, is what wins Discord Wars. It's not necessarily trying to get more gamers who are going to try and go late game. It's about convincing people to just do a little bit more in the early game. You don't actually have to do a lot. That could be a good rallying point for teams. It's like, you know what? How it turns out in the past two Discord Wars is the team that wins isn't the one that has the most people on the high end. It's about the ones that have the most people who are just willing to do a little bit extra on the low end. So that was interesting to me. More people that got a little too real. Yeah, maybe Kid Chameleon showing up in there, right? This is events per participant. So the previous slides were how many points did everybody take, or put them into bins. This is how many people, like, how many events did you do? So on fantasy, like these are, what is it, 34? 34 fantasy did only one event. 34 sci-fi members did only one event. They had that in common. Both teams had exactly the same number of people who did exactly one event. And you can see the other numbers in there. The previous graphs were points, right? But I wonder about this peak right here. There were a lot of people on sci-fi who did 9 events. And that peak over on fantasy is a little bit earlier. They peaked at ones that did 6 events. So I wonder if that was the difference. And this point thing that we looked at previously, right? Where I just said like sci-fi, they got that section a little bit fatter, got a little more points there. I wonder if that's also like that's the corollary we're seeing here in the events, where it was just, sci-fi got people to do just 3 more events, whereas those people on fantasy capped out at that 21 mark. 21 capped out at that 6 event mark. 20 capped out at that 9 event mark on sci-fi. So that maybe. It's pretty similar though, right? What the frick was the Kid Chameleon? Who are the 2 crazy guys who got the right of each graph? You'll just have to look them up. I'm not sure. What defines an event? Any single thing you could get points in. So Balatro, if you submitted like white stake and then you submitted gold stake, that's one event. It doesn't matter how many times you submitted it. Just like whatever. I also consolidated the decks too. Like Balatro, you did the same thing on 2 decks. Whether you did 1 deck, 2 deck, that was one event for me. Like PUBG, 1 event. Didn't matter how many points you took in it, but it was a distinct category that you could earn points in, then it's an event. I think race time was collapsed into 1 event. Yeah, to be clear. Race time is collapsed into 1 event. So if you entered 1 race or all races, you're in this for 1. Does this count threshold? I think so. I think this might count threshold, but I'm not sure. About random seeds were multiple things. Yeah. So if you did Wind Waker and uh, Paper Mario and the like SMZ3, you did three different things, three different events. Basically, if it had its own, like, you go to the event page on like the rules section, if it had its own header, then that's an event. Same for retro achievements. Each retro achievement was a different event. Yeah, FM is going to get its moment to shine at the end of this presentation where we look exclusively at it. But because FM had a completely different submission system and we didn't actually track who was doing what for FM, we'd only track team points. Anybody who did FM stuff is not counted in any of the slides here. I apparently had 21 events. How exactly were they counted here? Do you see yourself on here, Djibouti? Are you on? How do you guys know how do you guys know how many events you are? I guess you go to your profile page, is it there? Yeah, how do you know? Yeah, okay. So yeah, like since it's based on the same submission data, it would be from there. So you go if you're curious about the event, what classifies as an event, you go to your submission page and you just see like each header. That's an event. If you're curious about, I didn't dedicate an additional slide to this, but if you're curious, where do the averages for events per participant? How do they compare to last Discord Wars? It's about on average about one event more. Everybody participated in on average, which is pretty cool, right? Because we're talking about like those numbers at the bottom. That's mean, median, and standard deviation. So the average was 7.14 events for everybody. The average fantasy gamer did 7.14 events. The average sci-fi gamer did 7.29 events. Those numbers were a little bit lower, around 6 point something last year. So I mean that like seven's not a big number. So going from 6 to 7 is a pretty big increase, right? So that's cool to see. One of the 619s. How do I know you ripped the data from the Discord Wars site? I ripped the data from your laptop. We're not the same. Eska got yeah. You've been sent to another dimension. This is not people who have beaten La Mulana. Yeah, you would think so. You have more events, just more opportunity for people to participate, right? Okay, so I want to go back to that group. That group, those 34 on each team, the people who join Discord Wars and do exactly one thing is very interesting to me. I just think like because I just do so much stuff in Discord, it feels like there's so much to do, but it's like okay, well, I want to know more about those people. Like what do they do? Like what's the you do one thing in Discord? What is that one thing? What is it that's so appealing that's what you want your Discords to begin and end on? And last year I looked at the top three. It was like I think it was Archipelago. I lumped the creative ones together. Last year I had two creative categories as well. I lumped them in the one, so I think it was three. I forget what second was. But this year I plotted all of it. So this is what was popular among people who did exactly one thing, no more, no less. And it turns out the most popular thing was Archipelago. I don't know if that's that surprising. We know Archipelago is pretty popular. It's also very highly valued in points, so people are very incentivized doing it. Team members will be like, hey, do an Archipelago. It's worth a lot of points. Discord Wars Creative, 7 people showed up and drew their picture and did nothing else. A little bit surprised that the fighting game had people that was an exclusive for them. But yeah, Balatro, Race Time, Pokemon Snap, Horse Girls, Showdown, Peak, PUBG, Kid Chameleon, and then a bunch of ones. And I will tell you that pinball, that one person on pinball, that is not Pinball Wiz. Pinball Wiz, he was in my call. He was in a call with me when I was grinding retro achievements in F-Zero, and he was telling me about his Archie. He was doing an Archie too. He did like a late Archie, and I know they finished. So I know he's big, really good at pinball, but he did not just do pinball. I don't know who that is exactly. Yeah, he probably did a bunch of other stuff as well. The kids yearn for pressing R1. One person only did F-Zero, right? One person did Trine, which is interesting to me. I don't know. It's like I would understand maybe if that was like three, where it's like you get like your group and you're like, I just want to play Trine. We could play for Discourse. But yeah, one person got recruited to play Trine and did nothing else. Kind of cute. Three showdown only. Trine would be the funniest one event. Trine is very funny. All right, so this is basically the opposite of that. Like, what was popular among people who did exactly one thing? All right, now what was just most popular all around? Like, these are numbers. Like, what games were the most popular, regardless of how many other things you did? Like this number here, Archipelago. What this means is that 273 people did an Archipelago. 273 people did an Archipelago, which is big. What did we say? That's like over half of active participants, right? Because active participants is like 220 on fantasy and 215 on sci-fi. So that's over half the people who submitted something to Discord Wars did an Archipelago. And then it falls off quite a bit. We have the next big three is like Race Time, Discourse Creative, and the fighting game again, which is also it's very surprising to me that 205 people showed up for that game. And I'm a bit concerned because I think this might be the power of FOMO. I got the impression that there were a lot of people who might not have even bothered playing that game. But when it came out that the opportunity to play that game and have it be easy was a small window of time over a few days, I think that FOMO might have actually pushed the participation numbers for GBVSR higher than they might have otherwise been. But yeah, these really distinguish themselves as the big four, right? I can tell you what did it. What's that, Tar? These ones really distinguish themselves as the big four. Then you have a bit of a fall off, but commendable numbers for the rest of these. I mean, 154 for Balatro is still really big. Surprised that given, I mean, Pokemon Snap is a fun game to play. The emulation of that is really rough though, but 152 people were not perturbed or dissuaded to getting the emulation issues for that figured out. Cooking was popular, not so much as creative, which makes sense. Cooking is more work. Animal Royale, pretty good. Peak very well as well. A surprise PUBG. A lot of people showed up for PUBG. Now that's a really high number. Remember, PUBG is like you either show up at that one time slot. It was like one evening. It was like a Tuesday, and that's your only opportunity. Like you got 4 hours to get those points. And if you don't get them, they're gone for good. But a lot of people being able to show up that day. Showdown, F-Zero, Halo, Trine, Crab Champions, Payday, PM Rando, Pigs, low level, all the way down to 6 people who did limited hit Zooter. 6 lucky people. That drop off of the end is kind of funny to me. Like it's like, okay, 26, you got like, okay, there's like a gradual drop off, like 55, 54, 48, 40, 30, 20, 28, 26, and then 6. 6 people who showed up for. Yeah. So I'm going to get caught up on chat here a little bit. You guys have been saying stuff. 48 for Warzone. One person played only Zooter and was apparently also one of the only people to play Zooter. Yeah. Assume Zooter must have been the rate. No. Oh, yeah. So to clarify, Zooter, when we're going to look at Zooter, I use that as the abbreviation often in the upcoming slides. That is not the race. That is the event you could do where it was like if you just beat the seed, you got 5 points. But if you beat the seed in a certain threshold of hits, like hits taken, you got additional points. But you could take infinite hits and still take points. But yeah, it was that challenge, like the SOH or whatever it's called. Only drew 6 people. The actual like race got a lot more participants. But I guess like there's probably some burnout here, right? There was a lot of Zooter. You do the race and you want more, you had this as an option. But it seems like most people were satisfied just doing the race. You have to beat it to get some points. Shout out to those 16 people for Showdown. Game of the Year nominees like Balatro. Peak is peak. Yeah, the PUBG people showing up was quite high. Slackoff Completely still did 3 of the least popular events. Way more people did F Zero than you would have thought. Yeah. Speed round no hit seed a couple days ago to see how much time it did. It took 7 hours. It was worth what? 5 points? I guess people just didn't find value in that, but it is what it is. Okay, so now here's the part of the presentation where I just make up stats. So thinking back to those people who did just one thing, that is a group that always interests me. I've said that before. And I wanted to find some kind of metric that would kind of reward games that were kind of like draws. Like a game that was a draw. Like this game is in Discord Wars and that's the reason I participated. That's what made me want to develop this stat known as the main attraction metric, the MAM. So wait, how does it work? I skipped ahead too much. I went backwards. That's why. This ranks games based on how popular they were with least active participants. So the way I calculate it is I assign a weight based inversely on how many games you played. So if you played only one game, that game is getting +1 MAM. If you played only 2 games for Discord Wars, each game gets a half MAM. Each one gets 0.5. You played 4 games, each game gets 0.25. Each one gets a fourth. So I wanted to see if this stat would lead to any interesting observations. The main attraction metric, the idea being, this drew me to Discord Wars. Like, yeah, I'm doing Discord Wars because it has X. Whereas there's people who are like, oh yeah, I do a bunch of different things. Well, those games would get MAM from those people, but it would be not as much MAM as somebody who just did one thing or just did 2 things. So that's the idea of the main attraction metric. Like which games had that main attraction aspect to them. And here's the results. If you do exactly like I said, you take everybody, you for each game, you add to that game's total a value equal to 1 divided by the number of games they played. This is how it graphs up to. But yeah, as Dr. Time Warp points out, this was not that interesting. Like we go between the two. Like there you go. Archipelago's up at the top. Race Time and Discord Wars Creative like swap slots, but who cares? GBVSR is like okay. Like a few things jump around, but they jump around like 1 or 2 slots. So MAM didn't work that well. But so I went back and I needed to cook it more, right? That's when I came up with the MAMNA, the main attraction metric normalized. Okay, so do the same thing, calculate the MAM, we got that, but then divide that value by the number of participants for the event. That's the normalization step for the MAMNA. So this further punishes those games that were widely popular. Like, yeah, a bunch of people did this game before because it was popular. That's going to lead to a denominator that's a lot bigger and reduce the value, right? Whereas games that were narrowly popular, where it's like, okay, like only 4 people did this game, but they played hardly anything else, then that would have a high MAMNA value, right? So MAMNA scores are going to be between 0 and 1 because of the normalization step. A 1 would mean that every single participant in that game only played that game. That was the only thing they did for Discord Wars. They did nothing else. Like it had 4 people played that game and they played nothing else. That would be a perfect 1 MAMNA score for that. So now we do that calculation and we get a mix up. We get a mix up when we do that calculation. Zooter jumps up to the top. So what we're seeing is Zooter was, it really was like the odd sheep out, right? It was the people who did Zooter, they loved Zooter, and well, yeah. What surprises? Okay, so that's pretty funny, right? But Archipelago is still really high up there. That's number 2. That is very impressive to me. So that means not only okay, you know how many people did Archipelago? Well, we saw the number. It was like 270 something, right? That's a very big denominator for the MAMNA score. But you know what? There were still, in spite of so many people doing it, there were still enough people who did that and not much else. Like Archipelago did really, not only was it widely popular, but it also had people who did Archipelago and not much else. So much so that it still ranks pretty highly in the MAMNA score, right? So Archipelago just seems to cover a lot of bases for Discord Wars. It's, it's the thing you're going to do, whether you're going to participate a lot or a little. And there's still people, like we saw the number, right? It was that there were 17. I mean, we can go back, but I don't want to jump around too much. We saw that was also the most popular event among people who did exactly one thing, right? So Archipelagos got draw across all kinds of demographics of people for Discord Wars. Whether you want to do a lot or a little, Archipelago is up there. And I'm going to be real. Then this next one, this was my whole motivation for trying to find the MAM or a MAM, trying to develop this. I wanted something that just isolated the horse girl gamers. I wanted to be like, all right, what statistic can I find that's just going to show, yeah, there are people who did horse girl and nothing else. Well, yeah, not exactly, but horse girl did rank up pretty highly in the Mamna, right? That value as far as exclusivity, both in terms of how few people played it as well as how few other things they played. I guess we can think of Mamna as like a double exclusivity value, right? Because it's those two things. It's exclusive in terms of people who played it, fewer people played, and exclusive in terms of what other things they played. Like you get a higher score if they play fewer other things. So that was kind of what I expected to see as I was exploring these different main attraction metric values. I was expecting to see, my hypothesis was Uma Musume would be higher up once you started kind of filtering by event exclusivity, looking for people who did things and did fewer other things, like where their attention was mostly focused as a group. And yeah, Uma Musume gamers focused a lot on Uma Musume. Showdown, I mean, makes sense as well. Showdown is quite a grind. So people who found time for Showdown didn't necessarily find as much time as for other things. Balatro up there pretty well, but also in the previous graphs we saw Balatro around the slot. Discord Wars Creative managed to get a bunch of people who did Discord Wars Creative and not much else. Fighting game, race time. I'd say the middle of this isn't that interesting. I find the edges more interesting. The Mamna scores in the middle is just like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. But I want to focus, like we already focused on the top end of this graph. I want to focus on the bottom end of this graph, that hardcore Minecraft. Hardcore Minecraft didn't have great participation numbers. I might actually go back for this. Which slide was it? Emotes participants? All right. Only 33 people did hardcore Minecraft. Only 6 people did Zooter. But hardcore Minecraft makes it the 4th least popular event, right? And yet, even though they're close in terms of popularity, Zooter and Minecraft, in terms of the Mamna values, they're extremely divergent, which was interesting to me. The people who did Zooter, and again, when I say Zooter, I mean the challenge, not the race. People who did the Zooter challenge did so while doing very little else of Discord Wars as a group. Whereas people who did Minecraft were not that many either, but it was a very... Like if you were doing Minecraft, you were doing a lot of other things too, which kind of makes sense. Like I know Yimo did Minecraft and Yimo did a lot of stuff. But yeah, Minecraft was kind of paradoxically, I don't think you'd put Minecraft in that group. We're used to thinking about Minecraft in previous Discord Wars, right? When it's like a creative challenge. It's the thing that group of Minecraft gamers does. Like you'd think like what the Mamna score wants to do. That would be, if you could apply a Mamna score to that would be very close to 1, right? Because those people do Minecraft and have hardly any time to do anything else. You just focus on that for however long that event is, right? But the hardcore Minecraft challenge was very different from that. People who did that did a lot of other things. Those 33 people did a lot of other things to somehow dilute Minecraft's Mamna score so low. So that was interesting to me. That was my main takeaway, is there's 2 edges on this graph. Okay. So Mamna and MAM, the main attraction metric is completely made up. Let me get caught up on chat a little bit though. Uma's super high up there. Yeah, I mean, that isn't really that surprising to me though, because, right? Uma is like, Soul Man plays Uma, nothing else for Discord Wars. Like that's the bait. Like that leaderboard was peak bait, man. You had to dump so many hours into that. I would look if it was valued at lower points. Drafting Archie or Fantasy Discord Wars, yeah, it gives you great stats. You definitely want to draft that. Solo did do more, yeah, but he also spent a lot of time on that leaderboard. Okay, so the Mamna scores. Mamna is a stat that's an SG4E original stat. I don't know how valuable it is. I think it was interesting, at least when it was normalized. But now let's talk about some real statistics, some real statistical values, such as the Jacquard index. So I was also interested about were there any trends between pairs of games for participation? Like, were there any trends where people who did this game usually also did this other game? I was really interested in the pairing of them. And as it turns out, this kind of statistic is really popular in marketing, which makes sense, right? Like if you've got a product or something, you're selling a service, you want to find out, you want to like get data on customers who do this also do that, right? So there is a statistical quantity called the Jacquard index, which is defined as well, an event like an A or B, an A and B event divided by an A or B event. So like the Jacquard index of A and B for our purposes would be the number of people who participated in event A and event B divided by the number of people who participated in event A or event B. And if it's not obvious, that's a non-exclusive or. So, for example, if you did A, you probably also did B. That would have a high Jacquard index, right? And the inverse would be, well, okay, so let's talk about theoreticals, right? I think sometimes these quantities are easier to understand when you think about the extremes. So what would a Jacquard index of 0 mean? That would mean there's nobody who did A and B. There's only people who did A or B. That would be, of everybody who did these two events, there was no overlap whatsoever. Like, everybody who did, I don't know, swimming, none of them did like bike riding, right? That would be a 0 Jacquard index. And a 1 Jacquard index would be everybody did both. There's not a single person who did swimming who didn't also do bike riding. Not a single one. So that's the two extremes. And obviously you can see from there, there's values in between the two, which would be, well, some did, and some did both, some didn't do both, some did one or the other. That's the Jacquard index. And here we have, this is my favorite chart of the entire presentation. We could spend an hour on this. I don't want to. I mean, I could, but I'm going to stop myself. We could spend forever on this chart. This is my favorite chart of the whole event. But let's talk a little bit about, before we get into the details, let's talk about just how this chart works. This is a heat map. You can see the legend over here, where like as values get closer to 1, they get darker, closer to deep blue. Each of these intersections is the Jacquard index with the other event. So like, okay, here's PUBG, right? And here's pinball. So what this value of 0.16 means is if you take the number of people who did PUBG and pinball, and you divided that number by the number of people who did PUBG or pinball, which remember, because it's non-exclusive or also includes the people who did both, you get this value. You get 16%. And in case it's not obvious, because it might not be, this diagonal line of ones, this is where the events overlap with themselves, right? So the number of people who did PUBG and PUBG divided by the number of people who did PUBG or PUBG is 1, right? Just logically. So that's why you see the ones everywhere. These little like brackets at the top, part of what this analysis does is it tries to cluster together. This is like a clusterization step. So the closer these brackets are, like the less distance vertically there are, like these two are a perfect example, means that these events were more cross-popular than they were with other events. And interestingly enough, Archipelago and Race Time actually had a lot of overlap. And I don't don't really want to get in deep into it yet before we look at the rest of the stuff, but kind of makes sense actually, right? Because like Archipelago has a lot of setup. Race time, like you got to stream, you got to make an account. But yeah, like if you're willing to go through the process of setting up Archipelago to like, make it work, get your emulator to work, like you've got a working emulator at that point. You can run any ROM. Entering a race time race isn't that much more trouble at that point. So it makes sense, right? It makes sense that there's pretty good overlap. Like these numbers are pretty high up here, like 34%, 36%, 35%, 40%. There's a lot of overlap between these two. Anyway, that's not exactly how they're being read, right? It's particularly right here. Yeah, this overlap. Sorry, this overlap. 56% of people who did race time. Okay, how we need to say this again? I need to be careful with how I'm saying because I don't want to lie about the stats. I'll just say it as the number of people who did Archipelago and race time divided by the number of people who did Archipelago or race time was about half, a little bit over half, which kind of checks out, right? It's like if you go all the trouble to set one up, you might as well do the other one. Another one, okay, now this one makes a lot of sense, right? Another really high number we see here in like the 56%, Discord Wars Cooking and Discord Wars Creative, right? Like if you were willing to draw a picture of something to get free points, it wasn't that much more trouble to just like take a picture of your dinner and somehow theme it around Discord Wars. So yeah, that's what these brackets intend to do. The less vertical distance there is between them means like the closer clustered they are, and that the farther out they go, there's like that less relationship. But I do this. This section will come back to though. These are clustered just because the algorithm doesn't know where else to put them. But okay, let's talk about this. Now that we hopefully understand how these numbers work and what they mean, the first thing that stands out to me about this graph is I see 4 quadrants, right? The heat map, it seems to be indicating 4 quadrants. There's one here, right? There's one here, there's one here, there's one here, and there's one here. So what exactly is this quadrant here? What is this the overlap with? Okay. PUBG, Animal Royale, Trine, Payday, Halo 3, Crab Champions Peak. I see. This is the I like to play games with friends quadrant. Did you Mamna for the Jacquard index too? No. I'm not sure what you mean, PQ, but no, the Mamna calculation is not associated in any way with the Jacquard index calculation. It's the friends slop category, right? This is like the I like to do things with friends quadrant. And what is this one here? Let's see. This one here is the low level Soten PM Rando, Wind Waker Rando, DK64. I like to play games by myself quadrant. So I found this clustering exceedingly interesting. I found how this heat map ended up to just be very interesting. All right, so okay, we've got the 2 quadrants. Well, what's this weird cross in the center that divides them? Zooter, Horse Girls, Minish Cap Rando, SMZ3. Yes, I'm a degenerate person. No, I'm just joking. But it's like this was like so this was basically like the no man's land of Discord Wars. Like these events just weren't that popular. That's the TLDR. I talked about how these the vertical distance here indicates like relationship, closeness of relationship, cross popularity. These are not particularly cross-popular, but the problem is the algorithm sees that it gets these. It sees how these cluster together. It sees how these cluster together. And it sees these do not cluster very well at all, so it ends up just putting them in their own group. So these and you can see how these brackets are drawn at very far away, much less so than these. It's like, yeah, okay, these cluster, but not so much. It does end up putting them in with the I'd like to play games alone It draws this final relationship between the two. It puts them in with the games I like to play alone instead of the ones I like to play with co-op, which makes sense. It makes sense that very loose clustering at the end does push it that one way. You still have retro achievements in the top quadrant. The other ones, yeah. So I do want to point that out, like Valiant Cookies. I did kind of just to make sort of a bit of a funny narrative here. But yeah, it's not exclusively co-op games at the top. You do have F-Zero, you got Pokemon Snap, you got Balatro, you got Cooking Creative, which is like it's kind of social. It's not really collaborative, but it's social. Fighting game, which is not collaborative at all, but makes its way in here. Archipelago and Race Time, which are very collaborative. So I don't know. This is like okay. So this is like the I TLDR'd it as the cooperative games. It's almost more like the popularity contest. Like these were just games that were also just really popular and people like okay. So this group definitely makes sense, right? You see really deep. Yeah, we're fun. You see really deep blues in this sub quadrant right here. Like this last zero here. This is peak. This is peak, right? So if you want to just eye judge this, obviously this is all an associated quadrant. You can see those values go up from the heat map. But this quadrant right here has also got like a bit of a darker blue. This is specifically the co-op section of this quadrant. These are all those co-op games. This is PUBG, Animal Royale, Trine, Payday 2, Halo 3, and Crab Champions. A lot of, like, look at all these high numbers. 40s, 39s, not quite 50. 50 has overlap with creative. The only games that get above 50, I believe. Interesting, right? The only games that get above 50 in the Jacquard index are Cooking and Creative, which makes total sense, and Race Time and Archipelago, which is like what? But then the more you think about it, like I said, it starts to make sense. I feel like the games that play nicely well in the call with others, yeah, it might be that too, right? It's for a lot of Grand Blue help, so it was social for you. That is peak. Peak is peak. How are those games in terms of points over all hours to point ratio? Yeah, pretty good point value too, right, Spot? Like these were pretty easy points. Discourse creative. Balatri, you could get points in that no matter like how deep you wanted to go, but just even if you're new to the game, you could take some points. Let's look at the lower quadrant now. The so okay. Actually, let's bring ourselves back here a moment and go over the quadrants one more time to be clear. This quadrant up here, top left, is the overlap. I'm gonna okay. So we've talked about these two big clusters of games, and we talked about that they don't exactly fit in a perfect naming scheme. But I'm going to continue to call the one group the cooperative group with a big asterisk, right? Like a Valiant Cookie pointed out, there are some that break the rules. But I'm going to call that the cooperative group just to give it a name. And then I'm going to call the other one the play alone group, even though Minecraft is in there, for instance, and that's not a play alone. But just to have a way to name the quadrants, we're going to name them after that. So this is the cooperative quadrant right here, right? This is the cooperative quadrant overlapped with the single player quadrant. This is basically the mirror of that. These two are the same. That's just how the graph is going to have a mirror there. This is the same thing. This is the same exact quadrant. It's cooperative overlapped with single player. And then interestingly, this is single player overlapped with single player. And we don't see as much as higher values. Like you can see this is darker blue up here, right? So there's much more higher Jacquard index values, higher co-popularity between co-op games. And there's plenty of people who did co-op games who also did single-player experience games. So you see some coloration here. But interestingly, perhaps it's not as strong. The colors here aren't as strong as the other quadrants. But you do see some overlap between the single-player games and other single-player games, which does make sense, right? Like people who are willing to play single-player games also tried other single-player ones. The biggest overlap was among the single-player games was Low Level with Soten. Which kind of makes sense. If you set up the retro achievements, they were both kind of grindy. I don't actually know too much about the certain achievements, but people told me that it was kind of requires. There weren't some easy points there. It wasn't like Pokemon Snap. You beat it in like 3 hours, 4 hours. Um, you needed to kind of get deep in the game to get points in there, or there might have been like to get all the points you needed to like get a bunch of map completion or something. So, um, so yeah, low level and Soten they get a decent overlap of popularity, but some of these other games, right? So here's the randomizer quadrant, right? PM Rando, Wind Waker Rando, DK64 Rando. You see that right here. Like there's a little, people some cross popularity there. Tennis showers tops. Low level was okay. So here let's pick a retro achievements game, right? So I'm just gonna go through low level. I'm gonna go left. So pinball, okay, like yeah. Go down, not too popular. Iron Mario had like 20%. Then you see DKC Rando kind of high. Wonder if that's an emulator thing. If you can set up retro achievements in your emulator, you can probably set up a cursed N64 game. Good overlap with Soten, that's the biggest one. Over here, Race Time. Very popular, yeah. As expected, right? These two values, F-Zero and Pokemon Snap, the retro achievement games. If you played retro achievements, you probably also played other retro. Yeah, so I think I want to take a close look at other games as well, but let's focus for a moment on this no man's land, right? Let's look at Horse Girls. I'm curious about Horse Girls. So, all right, Horse Girls, this is 11. That's pigs. All right, here's 14. That's a little bit higher. That's Showdown. Up here, you've got Race Time, Archipelago. You've got the cooking. Okay, there's some overlap here. But it's funny to me that Uma Musume does not overlap well with the single player games. It doesn't overlap great with the multiplayer games either. It overlaps decently with Balatro. Is Balatro? Yeah. Overlaps decently with Balatro. But it's got Horse Girls has a tiny overlap with Pigs and Showdown, more so than other single player events, which is, I'm just like, talk about being a leaderboard degenerate. I saw that and I was like, oh man. It makes sense, right? But like, yeah, people who wanted to grind, people who grind leaderboards. Like this heat map just like confirms obvious statements to us, right? Retro achievement players play retro achievements. Co-op gamers play co-op games. Single player experience lovers play single experience games. People who can somehow tolerate the awful leaderboard grind aren't satisfied just grinding one leaderboard. Hey, Solo Man. There is actually overlap between Horse Girls and other leaderboard, more so than other single player experiences. Did you see Lyrical stream near the end? I'm not sure. I don't think so. She was doing both Pigs and Uma at the same time. No, I missed that. But there you go. There you go. It's a little bit surprising to me that Minish Cap kind of didn't overlap well with anything. It overlaps even less so. Like Minish Cap, like this is the cooperative top of the graph of the chart. You see numbers like what is this? Soten? It's got better overlap with Soten, PM Rando. Okay, other randos. Oddly with Soten though. Low level. People who played Minish Cap really weren't that interested in playing other games. Like Pokemon Snap, okay, well they did retro achievements too, but like okay, Minish Cap Rando pretty like some of the lowest numbers in the collaborative section. People who played Minish Cap weren't really interested in collaborative games. Minish Cap with Wind Waker on the 7. Yeah, that's the biggest overlap, isn't it? Yeah, that makes sense, right? What about ZM or SMZ3? 11 with Wind Waker randos, Soten. It's interesting how some of these less popular randos do have. Oh, Repo is down here. I didn't know. We've got one cooperative game chilling in the single player section. Yeah. Okay, so Repo you see over here, it does have overlap with some of the other cooperative games, but the popular, the cool kids quadrant, not so much. I think this is more a product of Repo just really wasn't that popular overall this year. But yeah, anyway, back to ZMZ3. Popular with Soten, popular with low level. Not really that popular with the single player or the cooperative experiences. Even lower than Minish Cap. Somehow low level and Soten have more overlap with each other than either one has with anything else. Yeah. That is so I wonder, like we talk about retro. I'm not a big fan of retro achievements. I'll give you that as the full disclosure. I don't like the system. I've got a lot of problems with that. Not a big fan is an understatement. We'll just leave it at that. um, but yeah, this might be a case where like there are people who will join Discord wars, and like, um, I think we need to. I think there's two sides to this coin. I think we sometimes Discord Wars planning sometimes worries about people might find streaming being like a too big of a burden to overcome, and yet we see a lot of people entering race time and Archipelago, two things that require a lot of setup, and those were both very popular events. So I think maybe we underestimate how many people are actually willing to stream or actually put in effort to like set up games to participate in Discord wars. But the other side of that coin is okay. There are people who they do just enjoy the chill experience. They do like there to be ways to earn points in games. I don't have to take a screenshot. I don't have to. I don't have to stream part of it. I don't have to make like a local record. I don't have to upload anything anywhere. Like you just play the game in the emulator and you get points. And I think that's why you see some of that overlap there. Archie is front loaded effort. Streaming is a constant drain. Yeah, I suppose it's not that bad if it's like, okay, if like every attempt you had to stream, but if it's like, okay, you just beat the seed and it's just like a 4 hour stream and then you don't have to worry about it, like, yeah. But yeah, you're right. It's also like once you set up the Archipelago, it's usually good. Although I swear the Archipelago people intentionally try to break stuff sometimes. I don't know why they like to do it, but they do love to break stuff. I will say, among this no man's land of Zooter, Horse Girls, Minish, Cap, Rando, and ZMZ3, Horse Girls was oddly enough the one that had the most cross popularity with the co-op quadrant. Like you see, these other ones are just gray, but you see overlap with Horse Girls and the more popular games. Even though we did call out the Horse Girl gamers for being leaderboard grinders, they were willing to play some co-op games. I guess that's part of that is Solo Man, right? Like Solo Man played a co-op game with me. He played Shrine with a group. And besides that, he just did Uma. Yeah, PUBG, Animal Royale, Discord Wars. I guess Discord Wars cooking just like among this popular group at the top just overlapped well. I guess if you want to play by yourself, what is this? Showdown is decent. What are showdowns? Actually, let's zero in on the showdown crew. I'm interested about them. Some overlap with pinball and pigs, of course. A little bit of overlap with Kid Chameleon, Warzone, Minecraft. These numbers aren't that high, actually. It's not actually that high for pigs and pinball. It just looks bad. Hold on. Pigs and pinball actually have good overlap with each other. That's a little bit of the leaderboard grinders showing up there. If you're willing to grind pinball, a lot of them also grinded pigs. Where was I back? Showdown. Any high numbers here? Wind Waker Rando. Almost 20 on PM Rando. Race time. Creative. Yeah, they showed up to, get the easy points there. Balatro. Not great overlap with, but better than Uma with the actual collaborative games. Both games have zero skill, pure RNG. PUBG, Animal Royale. I don't know. Is there any other observations you guys want to point out? What do we have here? Oh, okay, this makes sense. There you can see between F-Zero and Pokemon Snap, there's some darker blues here. Basically, just looking for darker colors. Find interesting. This quadrant is kind of hot here. Look at these numbers. What is this quadrant? This is Discord Wars Creative, GBVSR, Archipelago, and Race Time. Yeah, a lot of cross popularity in this group. Horse players stay on their grind. We call this group the degenerates. What if these quadrants are also based in the ease to pick up and play? Top left is pretty easy. Yeah, you might be right. Somehow low level and certain have more overlap. B3 seems. Wonder if it would be helpful to see how many people played them overall. Yeah. Yeah, we do have that information on a previous slide we can go back to. Definitely had higher skill knowledge for repo. Ton of knowledge sharing involved in UMA. Horse Girl gamers are more well socially adjusted than Zooter gamers. Half blind and watching this aside, can't see. Following your points. All right, let's move on. I did make a summary slide here. Here's things that I thought about while I was looking at this offline. I wanted to make sure I mentioned, but didn't know if I'd remember. So yeah, Tale of Two Discord Wars. We saw the co-op/collaborative section of the exceptions, right? And the single player experience. Repo, Minecraft, and Warzone were the ones that were collaborative experiences, but clustered better in the single player quadrant. Yeah, were there any zeros? Yeah, were there zeros? Zero between Uma and Zooter. No one did Uma and also did Zooter. Interesting. Zero between Uma and right, because this is like a mirror. Zero between SMZ3 Rando and Zooter. Kind of slightly surprising, right? Slightly surprising. They're both randomizers. There's usually decent cross popularity between them, but no. No one was interested in doing both of them. Zero between Zooter. I mean, this is just like the Zooter gamers. We saw Zooter had a really, really high Mamna score, right? So the Zooter gamers there were enough Zooter gamers who wanted to do Zooter and very few other things, which makes sense. It makes sense that we're seeing that high Mamna score being reflected in the Jacquard index, right? So I think Zooter's particular thing is just there was a very self-contained group of 6 gamers. Zooter gamers hate Link to the Past. Confirmed. Yeah, there's only 6 people, so it's just what those 6 people decided to participate in. All right, leaderboard gamers grind leaderboards. We talked about that. Retro achievements are cross popular. The big 3, the DKC rando, Wind Waker rando, and retro achievements were cross popular. Yes, Soten and low level were less cross popular with the others, but they were still cross popular with each other, which was interesting. Right? We saw a lot of people played both of those, but they were kind of the odd ones out. A lot of people picked up retro achievements, ended up exploring both of those less so. Randomizers are cross popular. Paper Mario and Wind Waker was very cross popular. What might we attribute that to? Is it just the accessibility of those games? Do they have good guides on both teams? Were they similar games? They're both like 3D games where you explore and stuff. Could that be a reason? DK64 Rando was cross popular with PM and Wind Waker, but not as much as they were with each other. And Minish Cap and ZMZ3 were the outliers. It's worth remembering that you could do 3 randomizers for points. Most people picked Paper Mario and Wind Waker. If they wanted to play a third, it was usually DK64 Rando, and then the other 2 were just kind of peppered in. People picking them, but just not really popular with other stuff. And then you've got Zooter, Horse Girls, Minish Cap, and ZMZ3 in that center void right there. The high Mamna for Zooter is definitely skewed by the small sample. Yeah, 2 of those gamers were Paradox, and they both did a bunch. Yeah, you're right. Like Pi was one of them. Yeah, that's a good point. Like Pi did almost everything, or he did a lot. He submitted for a lot of points. He's one of those 6, and yet some of the other people must have just did only Zooter because they managed to skew the Namna still very high in spite of Pi trying to skew it in the other direction. Has a high hype index. I need a made up statistic that gets the giant elaborate Minecraft team builds back in. Propaganda to get retro achievements out of Discord Wars. Okay, so we finished up the event-wide statistics. Let's move on to the time series. This is a new addition to our presentation because we didn't have time data for last year, but we have it this year. Let's start with the what was the popular time for submissions to come in the day? I don't think this is this surprising. Discord Wars is a largely NA-centric event. Pi-Streams at NA Times has a pretty large NA community. There's definitely Europeans, there's some Australians, but and it's reflected in the fact that, at least in the past, they tried to be more accessible time slots for races this year, with experimenting with the 2-race system. But yeah, Discord Wars is a event designed around NA time zones, so it's not that surprising that a lot of submissions coming in at like nighttime NA. So let's see, like this is like afternoon, this is like noon, maybe this is like after work EU, so maybe this ramping up is EU. Starting to get their nighttime submissions in, and then yeah, this is like after work NA, like 6 p.m. here into nighttime. This is usually like when the Pi-Stream is, right? And then there's this like 10 p.m., 11 p.m. Interestingly enough, these times are all Eastern, by the way. At midnight, there's a bit of a dip. This goes right back up, close to exactly the same where the submissions was on 11 p.m. 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. pretty close. Then it starts to fall off really quickly after 2 a.m. into 3 a.m. and beyond. So yeah, this is not really that surprising that this is just every single submission that was approved. Every single submission was approved, not at its approval time, but when it was actually the person went on the website and clicked the submit button to send there. Like, hey, I just did this. I'm uploading my screenshot. Here's my copy message link that I sent the wrong copy message link, because that always happens. That's when they did that, not when it was approved. That's when they went to the website and did it. And I suppose like it's not a perfect proxy for when people actually finished events, because you don't necessarily, like we tell people like submit punctually, but I don't think anybody would object if you played a game really late at night. It's like 3 a.m. and you're like, I'll just submit it when I wake up in the morning. It's totally fine. So that's not necessarily indicative that each one of these data points is when someone finished something and submitting it right away, but still interesting, right? I always felt like a lot of gamers were male on Minecraft. I wonder how much of the issues with Impossible Sleep. Yeah, that definitely contributed. Every time I saw like someone talk about the Zooter challenge, there was like an issue with the randomizer. I do want to. How is the Jacquard index sorted? Are you talking about the the clustering? That's just I don't know. You put this in Python and you say draw this table, and it clusters it for you. So I don't know, but it somehow figures out it figured out how to make those quadrants. I want to focus on, okay, so we're going to start looking at time data, like leaderboards. We have a bit of an issue, right? Because I want to say, like, okay, I want to look at snapshots of leaderboards, like what were people's scores on the leaderboard after day 1? What did they look like after day 2? And if I choose to divide days up based on midnight Eastern, it's not great, right? Because at least how I think about it, right? These submissions right here are all kind of the same, like push, right? Like you're playing a game at 8 p.m. Eastern time, you're grinding the leaderboard, maybe like 1 a.m. you finally get the high score, you submit it, right? If we divide the day at midnight Eastern, that high score gets pushed into the next day, which isn't bad, but I think that's less useful. And we can choose to divide each day arbitrarily however we want. So what made sense to me was choosing to divide the day up at a time when submissions were very low, like right around here. Like to me, like if we divide the day up at like 6 a.m. and we say all the submissions before 6 a.m. count as like the previous day's submissions, I think that would be most useful for our time series analysis. So that's actually what I've chosen to do, because that would capture a lot of even people in the Pacific time zone. Maybe they submitted it like a little bit past midnight their time. They were playing a game, they submitted it. That would still get caught as long as you pick 6 a.m. as the cutoff. So for all of the following follow-up slides, in order to conveniently separate submissions into days, all dates and times, we'll use UTC -10, which is Solo Man time. That happens to be the Hawaiian time zone. 6 a.m. on the East Coast is midnight in Hawaii. So when we look at days and dates in upcoming slides, that's how it's going to be. It's going to be the day according to Solo Man. The only downside about this is some Australian people who are in Australia, like these are probably people from Australia, like the Zobels and Captains, submitting around this time because this is like their nighttime. Their submissions might get arbitrarily torn up between days, but most of the submissions I think will fit nicely between days if we choose to use Solo Man time. So that's what I've decided to go with. It all comes back to the horses. So this is the submission graph in Solo Man time. When did submissions come per day? And this is a little bit weird, right? Like, I think the tail end of this graph looks okay, but like, okay, day one, day one was like a partial day. Like it got started at what, 7 p.m. So people coming out day one, but not really enough time to do much on day one. And then going into the first weekend, it's basically our DGen definition of days, yeah. Going into this weekend, starting to see a ramp. Like, do you know what this is, Tar? IDK what it was about, but but nobody was around. Yeah, do you have any insight on this, Tar? Because I was really the other Monday. Oh, okay, yeah. This one this is funny to me as well. This juxtaposition between these two parts. I don't know why submissions all time peaked on the first Monday. Okay, so people are excited about the event. That tracks. So people are doing stuff. You're getting your submissions in, but like Monday, man, like this. Remember, this is Solo Man Monday, so this is like Monday into Tuesday for most of the participants of Discord Wars. It's not like Sunday into Monday. Sunday into Monday would kind of make sense, right? But no, this is Monday into Tuesday. It's probably people figuring stuff out. Early Archie finishers could be that, maybe. People finish late Sunday and waited to submit on Monday, maybe that. If around the Discord, no. Bet it's Archie's. First Monday is percent when the Sci-Fi Grand Blue push began. Yeah, maybe it's that. Remember, Grand Blue was very popular, much more than I would have ever expected. And these are actual submissions. So if you submitted Grand Blue, I got to like level 30 or whatever, you submit that, that's one submission. 3 hours later, you say, hey, I beat that. I got this floor 50. You submit that, that's another submission. So could be that. Could be, people grinding Grand Blue and they're submitting on the go as they're doing it. Yeah, is that maybe, I don't know when it actually ended, the Petera, but it does contrast quite starkly with the second Monday, which is like, okay, people gamed decently hard Friday, Saturday. Like this is pretty strong. First week of Discord, like you got to go in, right? So you see the steam kind of falling out here, right? Like, okay, we're going hard. We're going to still participate in the week. Like weekend, I'm kind of running out of steam, and then Monday's the big fall off. Monday is like, I'm taking a break. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. And then it does ramp up really fast. This makes sense. Like the final push, and I'd argue the only reason Sunday is small is because that's a small day. 6 a.m. Eastern Sunday until the event ends, that's just like 15 hours. Like a lot of people are doing stuff, but that's not a full day. So Definitely not last minute. Yeah. So questionable what those submissions were. Might be worth going back in and filtering just Monday submissions and seeing what they were. That would be interesting. Didn't think to do that, but that'd be an interesting follow up. I was concerned at first when I saw this graph that maybe I converted the time zones wrong. So I decided to give you one final look at Eastern time here. Here's if you want to divide the day at midnight Eastern time. This is how it plots. So you see Friday goes down. I do want to point out that the scales on these graphs are different. This one goes up to what? I've got chat covering it up, but it's a little bit over 400. It's like 450. And then this one goes like the scaling here is different, right? The y-axis. Yeah, keep that in mind. It's close, but it's slightly different because you'll be like, oh wow, look at Saturday. Saturday was like higher even then, but well, yeah, that's like what is that 400, and then it's still not as big as the Monday. 2 p.m. Solo Man time, yeah. So not that much different. You still see the Monday peak, but this is how it looks like if you choose to divide the day up in Eastern. You see that lull comes into Tuesday because a lot of those, like I guess some submissions had come in late Monday, so those went into Tuesday. Whereas, yeah, you can take whatever interesting insight you might gather from this. But yeah, if you want to compare both these graphs, you can kind of figure out how many submissions came in those degen hours as opposed to earlier in the day. Yeah. I mean that it's still yeah, that's a good point though, PQ, because you are losing 3 hours of the day, right? Discord Wars ended on 9 p.m., so you're still getting most of that day. But yeah, it could be. I know there's a lot of narratives about like Sunday was the leaderboard push day. So like if you're grinding the leaderboard, I don't know. This is just a narrative. And I know enough about VTubers to say it's just really fun to push narratives, whether they're fake or real, and based on any information whatsoever, non-existent or existent. But I know the narrative is that both teams are really grinding leaderboards. There's a push. Teams were told by their team captains, push leaderboards on this final day. So if you're pushing leaderboards, you're spending a lot of your time not submitting because you only submit once, and that's when you get a new PB on the leaderboard. So if you want to attribute it to that, feel free. I think probably if we're coming back to reality, if we're slaying rats, it's I don't think leaderboard is really that impactful to people's participation final day. There were plenty of people doing other stuff. Anyway, moving on. That'll sum it up for just general time series for Discord Wars submissions. But now we're going to move on to the progression of the top 15 in leaderboards. It's not just losing the hours after closing; it's also not having the time to finish into the deadline. That's true. That's true. So I made plots of how the top 15 changed throughout the event, and I've plotted members based on their team color. I've only plotted the top 15 times or scores for each day. And I excluded Pokemon Showdown because in the back end, Showdown was imported by the API, and a consequence of that import is it doesn't have time zone. It doesn't have a timestamp with it. So there was no. I believe Killy still snapshotted. He still has data for that. He made like a different endpoint on the website that exposes some additional data that would have the progression of Pokemon Snap over time. But I ended up just doing all of my analysis on the dump, the submissions dump. So I didn't end up importing that. But I believe that data is out there if anybody else wanted to take a look. But we won't be looking at Showdown because it was an API import. I didn't have power the last 2 days. 0 submissions from you, Rip. This is Iron Mario. Iron Mario, unfortunately, is going to be the least interesting time series we're going to look at, not only for the reason that there's so much overlap. I don't know if you can quite see, but these dots are a slightly different color. I think that's actually like that's a blue dot being drawn over an orange dot for fantasy. There's a lot of overlap here. Here's an orange dot drawn over a blue dot. So it doesn't really show really well how many dots are on each one, but like let's see what observations we can make. There was a time was put on the top score on day two was not enough, was barely not enough to take points on the final day. But these high scores on day three did manage being good enough to take points. I don't know what this graph is called. It might just be a line graph. I can see. It might be a line graph where you don't draw the lines, Kappa. Scatter plot, maybe? Strip plot. I think it's called a strip plot, actually. Yeah, strip plot or swarm plot. Yeah, strip plot. A John Bois graph. Brain short circuiting trying to understand this visual. Day on the y axis and score on the x axis. What is happening? Yeah, you don't like that? It's like as you go down, we're getting deeper into Discord Wars. I should point out that day is both date in August and day of Discord Wars, which is a nice side effect that the event started on August 1st. So each of those days you can think of as August 1st, August 2nd, August 3rd, and also the first, second, and third day of the event. As a CEO, this means nothing to me at a glance, so I don't understand. Yeah, let's move on because the Iron Mario one wasn't that interesting. Here's the Kid Chameleon leaderboard progression. And I do, for scores, I have them plotted on the x-axis ascending. So like right side is better. And same with time. Time I plot it descending, so right side is better. But right side is always better. That's how I have it set up. So the time gets faster as you go from left to right. And the score gets higher as you go from left to right. And the time progresses from top to bottom. That's how I've plotted these. Not that much activity on Kid Chameleon 4 boss top 15. But yeah, we'll come back to this one. Here's pigs. Here's the progression of top 15 in pigs, and it is pretty interesting to see just to see how fast you needed to be, how deceptive. Like people on day 10, those people did not take points. Like this cluster right here, this was not good enough. And it's like what? It's like these would be like what, 12, 11-hour pig times? The stupid Djibouti time. But yeah, like the pigs got really quick. Like look at where it goes. Look at where the leaderboard is. Like okay, like I forget who this was, but like someone put up like a really good time here. But like look at this section. Look at this section which was good enough, which was decent on the board up to day 10, which is like almost halfway through well over halfway through the event. And none of this was good enough for the final. Even a lot of this was not good enough. Like pigs was just dirty. Like what? I could never grind this. It's just this is a rough final leaderboard state. Around 6 minutes, around 7 minutes, 8 minutes. 4 golds in the same pen. That is gross, Djibouti. I want you to know that. Oh, it's clicked with you guys. Excellent. I'm glad. This graph should finally kill pigs. I would love for it to be retired. I mean, I've never done it. I think if you want to do the race, who cares? But the leaderboard, man, has never appealed to me. And I kind of feel like I don't really like taking away events that other people enjoy. If there's an event that's not for me, but other people like it, like Minecraft, for instance, people love the build stuff in Minecraft. I'm never going to be interested in that, but I suppose it should exist because there's a lot of people who like it. I guess you have to sit down with people and say, do you really like pigs or do you just tolerate pigs? Because it's okay as a race, but the leaderboard grind, especially this year, is very rough. PM ROM upstate. Gotta have the staple. Sometimes staples are just meant to die. I hear Space Cadet. Here's pinball time. And well, you've got most of your leaderboard here. I'll point out this x-axis, this is 100 million. This is 100 million is the scale. So I feel like in any other Discord wars, this would be incredible. You saw someone putting up this time this far away from the pack. You're like, wow, what a leaderboard domination. And you have this over here. But we are going to the shout outs to both of those top incredible pinball gamers. You really showcased your craft here. But we're going to filter you out and just look at the bottom 13 just so we have a better look at what most of the leaderboard looked like down here. And it's interesting, like this was kind of felt out at the start. Like you see a lot of people like figuring the game out. I believe threshold was what, 5 million? The scaling has changed now. Now that we've zoomed in, we've gone down to 10 million as the scale. Pinball getting filtered out. But yeah, you see like people figuring out the game. Everybody's kind of got the same score. And then you start to see some distancing around. Well, day 3, you start to see someone distance himself. And then yeah, it starts to span out. And sadly by day 11, yeah. By day 11, none of these scores that were originally the full like top 15 leader minus those two at the top were good enough to place. But yeah, I think this leaderboard was interesting on how much it clustered at the start, and then how it really separated towards the end. Although you do see a bit of an anomaly here, right? Like look at how spread out most of these times are, but then a few gamers did manage to get really close to each other. I think this blue, there's actually 2 blue dots here, right here. Yeah. So, although most of the scores managed to be quite distinctive, there were a few scores that were really tight between each other. The next graph is my favorite time series, though. Disgusting. At Solo Man, this has got to be the grossest top 15 progression of any Discord wars. Look okay. Look at what this condenses down into. Look at this. Look at that. That is disgusting. Like, okay, let's focus on the first week maybe. Like people putting up times at the start, like fine. And it's like, okay, like I can see like people are trying, like these 2 people are really close. There's actually this dot is an orange with a blue underneath. So really close scores here, but scores are coming in. People are getting a decent distance between people. People are like, grinding it out. Then like gradually it starts to cluster, but it's not that bad. It's still not even that bad at day 9, day 10. This is still looking like a respectable leaderboard. And then day 16 into day 17. That is just I would if I grinded this leaderboard, this would be enough to never do a leaderboard again. That clustering, how look at this. The best score on day 2 just didn't do it. Like all these people, look at all this. Look at all this. Just I don't know. The fact that this came down with people who are just like a short breath's distance away, like it got so competitive that everybody is just on each other's heels to barely squeeze into top 15, barely at elbows distance from each other. This is a really upsetting top 15 progression. You actually see Solo's dot there. I guess this is him, right? This is him. Rip Solo, man. You hated this, right, Solo? I salute you. The leaderboard was the highlight. It was so grindy. Built better horses. They just kind of plateaued at the end. It's all this close. Is unique for this. Won by a nose. Legacy mattered at the end. All right, let's look at those plots again, but let's plot them slightly differently. So let's plot all the submissions. Let's actually do a plot where we plot all the submissions. However, when I say all the submissions, I actually mean everybody's best submission. So if you submitted like a 100 a score of 100, and then later, like the next day, you submitted a score of 150, I'm not going to plot both your scores. I'm just going to take at any point, whatever your best score is, I'm going to plot it. It doesn't matter if you're top 15, top 100, wherever you are on that day, I will plot your best score. Like I said, I'm only going to plot your fastest or highest score, but even if you're outside the top 15, I'm going to plot it. If you are outside the top 15, I'm going to plot it in a color that is more faded than the others, so we still get a visual indicator of what the top 15 were. Yeah, when did people quit Graph? Again, Iron Mario is the least interesting of the leaderboard progression series because there is so much overlap, but you can see there were plenty of people who did not, chose to quit. Like, okay, I got plenty of people who got their 5. I was one of them. Get the threshold and then say goodbye. But yeah, a lot of people, it got more competitive. You basically had somebody, well, you didn't basically, you did. You had somebody at every score who submitted for Iron Mario, but only, it's kind of crazy to think about. Yeah, it was 16. You needed to get 16 to place on the leaderboard on the final day. That is, having played that game, that's pretty rough because that's you got to get full cleared over 2 worlds, and you get bad luck or you're bad at the game. The last 2 days. All right, Kid Chameleon, 4 boss, all submissions is also not that interesting because most people who got on here ended up taking points. This time did get filtered though. Someone put up what was it, like a 5-hour time. It did get somewhat competitive towards the end. It actually did. Okay, this is above a minute or an hour and 30 minutes. That wasn't quite good enough, but it looks like only 4 people who submitted for 4 boss ended up not taking any leaderboard points. So yeah, not a really grindy leaderboard as it turned out. Bit of a shame, I think. I think that game is fine. It just was not appealing to people as this leaderboard challenge. Maybe there was a different way to have it be in. I don't know. But again, the way it's been in is just beat it before, so maybe there's also a sentiment that it needs to do something different. Yeah, so only those 4 people didn't actually take points. Here we go. Who's ready to see some leaderboard carnage? I first need to point out that this graph looks a lot different from the previous graph. There were on day 16 3 sci-fi members who submitted times that were nowhere near competitive for the top 15. Which is fine. I imagine those are people who entered the race and finished it and said, okay, I'm not in top 15. I'm submitting anyway. Maybe they didn't know how the point threshold work, or you did it, submit it. Good for you. But yeah, they submitted on day 16 when they didn't have any competitive times. So I'm going to filter those out. And we're just going to look at 20 minutes and above, which captures everybody except those 3 submissions. Although this one submission right here kind of gets cut off, but you see it right here. There they are. Yeah, so any dot that's faded out are people who made a submission and did not improve it to be on the leaderboard at the end, which is a lot of dots. And it makes sense. It makes sense for pigs, right? Because that doesn't necessarily mean they weren't grinding, but like you can put a lot of time into pigs and not get a better time. Um, it does kind of leave an impression on you, though, or at least it did on me. This is just gross here. This filled down here. It's like look at all this. Look at what this was all that was good enough right here. Right here's the cutoff. I know this left an impression on me where just like how many people submitted and just weren't good enough at the end. This is kind of a depressing leaderboard, and well, it definitely doesn't sell me on pigs, right? Could be a submit for threshold and move on, like Captain says. Yeah. um, yeah. If like to point out an example, this person they're here, this fantasy player, they're here and they're not here, which means on day 11 this person improved somewhere in here. I don't know. Look, maybe there, maybe this person improved from there to there. But yeah, that's why this dot is no longer here because I said I only plot your best submission. So this person improved somewhere in here. So that's give an example of how the graph works. But yeah, that's a lot. There's a lot of times that were on the leaderboard at some point and weren't anymore. So you the importance of threshold score. What exactly was threshold for pigs? Was it 20? Anybody know? During the event, when did it move? 15 and then moved? Well, even if it's 18. Well, okay. So yeah, these could be this could be a lot of threshold, yeah. All right. Pinball. Shout outs again to our two super talented pinball gamers, but we're going to not look at that side of the graph. Pinball has a lot of. This is an also interesting graph to me. The threshold for pinball was 5 million, right? So that's the number right here. And you see a lot of people who try to hit that threshold and stopped. Just simply stopped. That did not find the game appealing enough to continue. I see a lot of times here actually. Just weren't good enough at the end because of how competitive it ended up being. But yeah, this cluster right here is a lot of threshold gaming, right? Was pinged then? Okay. You see, this person did improve. I don't know where they improved to, but yeah, here's an example of one who, this person, like, okay, this person was on leaderboard, got off leaderboard on day 15, and then decided to improve. Not exactly sure where they improved to. Could have been here, which ended up not being good enough, but some people chose to continue to grind it, but it was also just a way. There's a lot of people here who put up a score and then decided to move on. Horse girls. Is it more impressive to you if you see the carnage? Is I guess what the question is. Are you moved? Are you moved more by what the horse girl grind was when you see how many submissions weren't good enough at the end, but were still pretty good submissions? Well, there you have it. Whether it moves you or not, there you have it. I mean, it's not as popular as pinball. Like we go back to pinball, right? Pinball had a lot of submissions, especially around the threshold. And yeah, it's not a game for everybody. I think you also knew what you were getting into when you picked up this game. You knew the mess you were getting into, but yeah, the score, the score did like look at how like innocent everybody was on day one. All these innocents. Little did they know where day 17 was headed. I mean, day one is just like it's a grinding game, right? So you know you got to put several days into this. Could be people just submitting for the threshold, right? I think threshold was just beat the career mode. Yeah, but there you have it. There is Horse Girls. One more thing we're going to look at for leaderboards is I'm going to do an analysis on people who submitted for threshold. I'm going to plot all of these submissions again, just like we did before, plotting everybody's best submission. But I'm going to highlight the people who hit the threshold first. So some games had 20 people had to hit the threshold. Other games had 30 people had to hit the threshold. Whatever the requirement was for that game, that's the number we're using. Each of those threshold hitting participants, which I abbreviate as THP, will get a random, well, not a random, a unique color around their dot, which you'll see on the plot. And this will help us track them visually, where they moved or where they stayed. And I'm just curious. I'm curious if this will give us any insight on whether thresholds not only encouraged people to get on the leaderboard, but encouraged them to engage more with the leaderboard. So as we're going to look at now. I'm not going to look at Iron Mario because every time so far I've already told you that there's just way so much overlap. Because the range of scores is so small for that, it's like between 17 and like 30 something. There's way too much overlap to get any insight from that. So I didn't even bother making that plot. And I don't have Horse Girls either. I said that the goals were fundamentally different. I think that's also just because I didn't understand them. Horse Girls was you just had to beat the game, right? It didn't matter what your score was. Just beat the game. I think I could have probably figured that out and got the tracking for that and figured out who did that first. But I didn't actually include them for this part. Okay, so here is the Kid Chameleon 4 boss. So to give an explanation of how this works, like everybody gets there. If you've got one of these like donuts around your circle, that's because you were one of the first 20 or 30 people to hit the threshold. And you get that same color for the whole graph. So for example, this person, they started off with a time around here, and then between day 8 and 9, is it? They improved from here to here. You can see those colors match. So the colors are a way of assigning an identifier to that dot. I hope that makes sense. Now, you may be asking me, SG, why does this dot here not have a donut around it? And if there's a possibility that I made this, if there were any errors in this presentation, it would probably be on this part of the presentation, this threshold analysis, because between getting the colors to plot and tracking the 20 and 30 and leaderboard threshold, this is where I would have made a mistake if I made a mistake. It got quite complicated towards the end. But I don't believe this is a mistake. I think what happened is when you submitted Kid Chameleon, you had to submit 2 boss for the threshold and 4 boss for the leaderboard on a different like selection on the submission site. So I think what happened here, even though this is definitely, if you beat 4 boss, you must have beat 2 boss. You would have qualified for the threshold. I think it's possible this person did not submit for 2 boss. They only submitted for 4 boss. Now, it's possible that Killy's backend accounts for that and still gave credit for that. It doesn't really matter because there's only one person on fantasy where this didn't happen for, and one on sci-fi. One on fantasy would not have made the difference. They still needed 6 other people, and sci-fi hit it, so it didn't matter. But that's my explanation. My explanation is they didn't actually have a submission for 2 boss, so when I did the tracking of who were the first 20 people to hit the threshold, they were not on that list. So that's how I rationalized that. But yeah, you can see it's kind of cool. It gives you some insight here of like, okay, let's go back to this person. So they improved it here, or they put up a time on day 3. It was good enough for a while. They chose to improve it on day 9, is it? And then they further improved it on the final day. You see that progression right here. This person, I think these colors might be slightly different. Yeah, this is not actually a matching color with this. This is slightly brighter. But this person started here. They improved their time to here. And they improved their time to here. And then they made one final improvement on the last day. This person made quite a sizable improvement on day 16. So you can see for Kid Chameleon, we have quite a few examples of people who put up times for thresholds and came back to, or did the threshold for 2 boss, got on the leaderboard, and then continued to grind the leaderboard. This is just the section, if we zoom in on this part of the graph, the 2 hours and above, because we have some outliers here. But if you want a closer look at the graph on the faster end, under 2 hours, you can more clearly see that here. I guess this person, where did they improve to? Did they improve to there somewhere? Not sure. Not sure where that dot went. Yeah, we saw at least these threshold hitters. Several of them did come back and try and improve their times. It was a pretty comfy leaderboard. People were willing to grind it, and it was pretty good skill execution requirement. You could still be on this leaderboard whether you had a close to a 2 hour time. Well, I guess that's not true. These are faded. So at the end, you needed about a 1 hour time or whatever, but you didn't need to be hitting like the near world record, like half-hour time. So it wasn't really that tight. There was a pretty nice window where if you just grinded the game, it's not that it was easy, but here's pigs. I have filtered out the submissions that were slower than 20 minutes. And here's where you see the opposite. Here's where you see threshold hitters hitting that threshold and then never coming back to this. There are a lot of donuts here that stay in the same place. Pretty much all of them, right? A lot of people who came out and hit threshold ended up just not bothering and coming back to it. There is here, like this one, you see like, okay, this person's not here, which means they improved their time somewhere. I don't know if you find that color, you can see it. Right here is the Bao Bao participants. Bao Bao. Fuamoko in classic fashion, getting near identical times, but yeah, the TLDR on Golden Pigs is threshold hitters were cool about hitting thresholds. That's not to say that they didn't keep trying. Like, it's kind of unfair to say that they quit. It's possible that they kept trying but just didn't get a better time, and if you don't get a better time, you don't get to submit an improvement. But yeah, we didn't see the leaderboard get improvement by this threshold. Not nearly as much as Kid Chameleon. Yeah. Just how it is. Here's Space Cadet, again, the bottom 13, or the bottom half, the bottom everything but 2 of the leaderboard. Kind of a similar story here. A lot of these threshold gamers didn't go back to the game. They hit threshold and then dipped, which is fine, of course, but is what it is, as Ozzy says, is what it is. There are cases of improvement, though, right? Let's see if we can find any. I guess here, right? Here's pink dot or magenta dot, and it goes here. Magenta dot improved. Slight score improvement there. Oh, here's an improvement. Is this an improvement or is this just a first person? I don't know if this is a novel score, if they come from here somewhere. But yeah, you can just if you find this graph interesting, you can just sort of eyeball all these dots and see like, okay, these people seem to improve. They didn't improve. They stayed the same. But a lot of people, a lot of threshold people just didn't improve. I will make the argument though that for pigs is luck based, but I think given the fact that people who are good at pinball, like it's not a coincidence. You can't say that Pinball Whiz got lucky. Like that's not how it works. I know. Like pinball sometimes feels like a crapshoot, right? When you play it, it feels like the game can screw you over at any point. It's not a coincidence that Pinball Whiz has that high score that he has. This is a skill game. Pigs is a luck game, like just how it's designed. Pinball is a game that you can be skillful at. So there is an opportunity. There was opportunity for people who got on at threshold. If they liked the game, they could get better at the game. They could acquire the skill by continuing to play the game, but they did not find it appealing enough to do so. Whether lack of appeal was the leaderboard was too sweaty, the game wasn't fun, there were just other things they wanted to do, we don't know. But the end result was a lot of people who entered this leaderboard as the threshold didn't bother pursuing it beyond that or even improving their threshold time. But it's about doing random crap you might not be comfortable with. This just feels like the entire event. Not a fan of thresholds. To me, it feels like you are obligating gamers to do shit they probably don't want to do. So, what conclusions can we take from this, if any? I don't really think that this was an interesting thing to look at, but I don't think there's anything definitive we could say about it. Some participants improved their initial threshold score. We saw that more so in Kid Chameleon, but a lot less so in the other events. Many of them didn't. The explanations, what could they be? Not worth grinding, wanted to do other stuff, didn't enjoy the game. Leaderboard just didn't feel like it was worth it. There's just too many hardcore gamers on it to be appealing. Be any of the above. I'm kind of with Ozzy on this one. I know that thresholds. I think thresholds are probably going to stay. But I don't think this. I don't think what we looked at can really help us reach any conclusions. I think on the feedback form, there's like a question on there that was like, "Did you enjoy this event?" or something. Like you could say like what you enjoyed or what you didn't enjoy. I think you would just have to end up asking people who did thresholds, "Did you find it fun doing this threshold?" or get feedback that way. Because when people don't improve their threshold score, I think we did see a lot of people who submitted the threshold and didn't actually continue to engage on the leaderboard. That seems like a conclusion we can make. There wasn't a lot of stuff that was definitive, but a lot of the games we looked at, people did not improve their score after hitting threshold. And I'm not sure what. I think the goal of introducing thresholds in the Discord Wars was multifaceted. I believe one of those facets was to increase engagement with leaderboards. And I don't know if that's really good engagement. I think we might be able to show that. Like at least on that facet, it didn't do so well. In like, okay, we're gonna put a threshold goal in to encourage you to get on the leaderboard, and then keep grinding the leaderboard. Like that's like the bait. Like, oh, okay, I tried the game just to get threshold, but it was kind of fun. Maybe I'll continue to play it. People did not take that bait. It's bleak. People did not take that bait. But it could also just be to get more people, like get the leaderboards populated quicker. Like there's other goals beyond that for thresholds being introduced. We can't really say anything about them. And also the bottom line of was doing thresholds fun for you? We don't know. There were some people who did thresholds and something else. We saw those 8 gamers at the start. But yeah, I don't think the stats can actually give us some of the insight into this that I wanted to get. But I still found it interesting. The point of thresholds, from what I saw, was to let people contribute without having to grind to place. I'm not a play a leaderboard game at all. I'd not play a leaderboard game at all if no threshold. Well, keep in mind the thresholds were. I think it would be interesting. I think this was the original design, but I don't know if I was discarded at the end. I think thresholds make sense where it's like if you get 5 million points in pinball, you get 5 points for your team. I think that's just better than, okay, 20 people on this team need to hit threshold or nobody gets anything for it. I think that's just a better way to do thresholds is you get points just for doing it. But I think this is where me and Ozzy especially see eye to eye on this, right? Where it's like it feels like you're doing something because the team forces you to do it. It's like, yeah, you feel bad. Like you look at the thing there and you're like, well, there's things I want to do for Discord Wars, but I see my team still needs 10 people to commit to finish thresholds. Don't really want to play that game. I want to be a team player. Like it doesn't seem to be the way to get, it doesn't seem to be doing what we want a Discord Wars event to do. But I don't know. Maybe that can be reworked in the future. Sounds like some of the people tried Showdown for the thresholds, at least if you actually continue playing. Moving on to single event games. We're going to look first at games that only had one goal. You either took points in the event or you took no points at all. Those are the ones on the list here. Archipelago, this is a percentage of the team that did the event, of the team total. The colored portion is the part of the team that did do the event. The grayed out portion is the part of the team that didn't. You can see Archipelago just widely popular. Nearly 2/3 of both teams doing Archipelago among active participants. Reminder, as we said towards the start of the presentation, all these team totals are based on active participants, and I define active participants as somebody who submitted anything. There's a significant number of members on both teams who join and then don't submit anything. I don't mean to single these people out. There's plenty of reasons to join. Maybe you want to like cheer people on. Maybe you want to just see what's going on. That's all valid. It's just for these kind of team totals, I think it's just more insightful if we only consider the team as people who submitted something. So that's what these numbers are. We see on both teams, creative is more popular than cooking, even though the turnout was good. That makes sense. Creative is just less effort than cooking. We see that fantasy had better creative and cooking turnout than sci-fi. I have to think that this was a team leadership thing. Like I wasn't on fantasy, I was on sci-fi, but the stats would seem to indicate to me that there was probably a push in team meetings, even though sci-fi pushed that, but at least more convincingly on team fantasy to get more participation for that. A quarter of both teams doing Trine, not bad. Do you think Moko might have been on the other team? Yeah. Forsty pushed it hard, whereas you never pushed it. Gamers don't have time to cook, man. You get those like meal replacements that are constantly advertised on Twitch. Just get one of those. Ping multiple times about it. I do find it interesting, or just not interesting, but funny, that 62.3% of Team Fantasy did Archipelago, and 62.3% of the team did not do cooking. And then 37.7% of the team did cooking, and 37.7% of the team did not do Archipelago. That exact number. An equal amount of people who didn't do Archipelago, like the number of gamers who didn't do Archipelago on Team Fantasy, were equal to the number of gamers who did do cooking. It's just a funny coincidence. If you want to spin a false narrative, you say, well, you either did Archipelago or cooking, but you didn't do both. That's not what the stats mean. But if you want to make up stats and say that for fun, feel free. You were either an Archipelago gamer or you were cooking. You weren't doing both. LOL. Minecraft not really that popular as we saw just in raw numbers, but yeah, just 0.6% of the team, sci-fi giving that a try. And by giving it a try, I mean actually submitting. So it's trying and not getting points does not count you in the participation, unfortunately. Slightly higher on fantasy. Don't want my food to remind me of science fiction, brother? Fair, fair. In the future, we just eat nutrient cubes. Make some beef cubes, holographic meat. You're part of that statistic. This is your futuristic frozen pizza. Jacquard had cooking plus creative tightly, yeah. And Archipelago. Archipelago was widely. Archipelago was correlated with a lot of stuff, but decently so with cooking and creative. You should have cooked fantasy stuff. These are also single goal events, but I put the randomizers on a separate page here. We saw this. We kind of saw this already, just not as in terms of percentage of team total, but as far as total participants across teams. We saw that Paper Mario was the most popular in Wind Waker, and then was DKC Rando, and then people really couldn't be bothered with the other two. ZMZ3 was very unpopular on fantasy, like 4.5%. As a small slice of pizza. But my narrative. Wind Waker Rando equally popular across both teams. Paper Mario Rando pretty similar. Really didn't have a real guide till the end. I also graphed the randomizers in terms of participants for each one across teams. And I also graphed how many randomizers they did. Because remember, you could do up to 3. You could do up to 3 for points. So we definitely see that preference across both teams to go for DKC Rando, Paper Mario, and Wind Waker, and the other two being less favored. Most people on both teams did just one randomizer. But about half as many who did one randomizer did all 3. But just doing one and bailing was quite popular. Two was the least popular option this year. If you were doing 2, you were probably going to do the third one. You're one of the freaks who only did two. I mean, it makes sense, particularly for this year, because I don't know, PM and Wind Waker just seem pretty popular together, or even like DKC Rando. But yeah, like I could see doing two. To play three, Minish Cap stole your soul. Didn't even do any Zelda games. We had randos for. Here's another flashback to pancakes and waffles, particularly their randomizer totals. And I wish I would love to spin you the false narrative where randomizers are getting less popular because I think they are. I think like the stats kind of back this up. But I feel like if I say this, I'm kind of inflating it. I think it's more the case that Super Mario 64 randomizer was just like really easy. I forget exactly how it was to set it up, but was just like really accessible. People like the game. It wasn't that long to get those points. So you see like 50 people turning up for Super Mario Randomizer last year on each team, so over 100 altogether. And then Paper Mario, very popular on Team Pancakes, which did win last year. Less so on Team Waffles, but like, okay, like on the winning teams, the two most popular randomizers had over 50 participants. And then you go back to this year and there's just like a drop off. It's true that fewer people did turn out. Fewer people did turn out for randomizers this year than last year, which I would like to tell you. I would like to tell you it's because randomizers, they're like flavor of the month, so they're dying. But the number drop off isn't really that big. It's like maybe like 10 or 20, which in the grand scheme of things is not really that big a deal. But the graphs do kind of make it look more dire, right? I don't think it'd be the end of the year to give randomizers a break, but what can you do? I think we can say that this year's randomizers just weren't as popular. Because Paper Mario always gets in because it's just like the Pylor, right? But it definitely was more popular. Like both teams doing more Paper Mario. Like this team, like Waffles didn't turn up so much for Paper Mario. They actually had a lot for Hollow Knight last year. Well, there you have it. For whatever you want to take away from those comparisons between the 2 years. Async randos are underpointed. Yeah, there's been some talk about that, about buffing them. I agree. Although I kind of like it from the other angle, where I think other stuff is just worth way too many points. But I think you can compare. I think you can compare a lot of things. I think you can compare why is race participation half of this when you're basically doing the same thing, and also why are async randomizers a quarter of the value of an Archipelago seed when they're kind of the same thing? I think an Archipelago seed should be worth more because it takes longer, and you have to like count on other people to give you your stuff. But I think that's like a 2 to 1. I think like 20 to 10 would be fine, but I think 40 to 10 is quite imbalanced. But at the same time, I don't think you're going to nerf Archipelago because I think just there's too many fanboys for Archipelago, and it is a popular thing. I think we do have to gauge it and be like, well, you also value it at a lot of points, so people are going to come out because it's very point efficient. There's kind of a cycle there where we want to tell ourselves, yeah, Archipelago is super popular. It should be worth a lot of points. Well, yeah, we're inflating its popularity to some extent because it's worth such a high point value to the amount of effort you put in. But yeah, Archipelago definitely causing an imbalance points wise for like asyncs where you get a pretty similar player experience, but with 1/4 of the points. Some of that has to change. 77 Paper Mario gamers and then 67 this year. We lost one gamer. 3 Zelda randos, one which was a comboizer, just a rough set of choices. Yeah, a lot of Zelda. I don't think the other stuff is worth too much more. Archie should be like 20. Yeah, I agree. Shouldn't be worth as creative. Yeah, well, I agree with that as well. I don't think I have a really hot opinion. I don't think creative should I don't think that's. I don't know why it's still in. I think creative and cooking particularly. I think it's a cute thing to put in once. I don't think that needs to be a core Discord Wars event. It kind of disappoints me that it's in again. It's the thing you make people do. I think it's cool if somebody is a real artist and wants to draw something for Discord Wars, or like they're inspired by Discord Wars, they want to draw something. I think that's cool. They should be able to share that. But the reality is, like, making that be worth points means you get jobbers like me who spend 5 minutes in Microsoft because I don't have any artistic skill, and we just make the event be, this is the thing you do for points, and that's what it is. It's the thing you do for points. And I think Discord Wars events should be things you do for points that have actual like content. And I don't know if for me, art and cooking is only content if you're good at both of those things. If you're good at art, that's great content to create. If you're good at cooking, like, you can make some really cool stuff that's Discord Wars themes. Like, you make like a cake or something and frost it with like some Discord Wars themes, or like, you probably get even more creative than that. But I definitely don't think these things deserve to be core Discord Wars. You put them in once as like a cute thing to do, but if this like comes back for a third year, it's like, what are we doing? Because you guys are right. Like, if that's in, it just like undervalues other stuff too. Because you look at that, it's like, man, I could just like spend 5 minutes in Microsoft Paint and draw like me in a stick figure with a lightsaber, or I could spend 6 hours in Paper Mario Rando because I'm bad at Paper Mario or whatever. Is what it is, though. And creative is cool. Cool book feels very phoned in. Be able to share that, but do it somewhere else. Where's the work category? Yeah, I work. Where do I submit? Where do I submit this for points? Where's the do a Discord Wars slide presentation on stats? This has got to be worth 20 points, right? I think if I gave myself 20 points for this somehow by magic, by willing the points into the universe somehow. Where's the spreadsheet competition? Yeah, Captain's right. Captain's really right. Like, that's like, you do that for pancakes and waffles because it makes sense with like theming. My submission was bad. My cooking submission was bad. I took a picture of pasta I made and said, I forget what I said. Yimo's submission was also really bad. He took a picture of pasta he made and said, like, in the future, robots will make this for us. See, this is sci-fi themed. That was bad. But I don't think anybody else was really that much better. Like, you actually made something really creative, but I feel like I didn't look at most submissions. But like, yeah, what are you going to do for fantasy and sci-fi? Really going to expect somebody to do something really creative for that? Like, anyways, I guess we should move on. Putting a down payment on points. Hearty Adventures Chili. See, that's cool. That's cool. But I'll tell you, me and people I know, we put very little effort into it. And it feels bad. It feels bad because people want to do cool stuff. But I just like, it's 10 points. I got to get those 10 points. Thank you for my 10 points. Not willing to phone things in for points. This is why I did not cook. Wow. Spock standing up for principles. I said I was going to stand up for principles on retro achievements. I still caved for that. So we are not the same. So we looked at all the events that were single point valued. Either you did them and got points or you didn't do them. Now we're going to take a detailed look at events where you had different values of points you could take depending on what things you did for that event. So the first one was Balatro. And I coalesced Balatro. You could do 2 decks. I just put all of those together. I made that one thing. So you could get max 10 points per deck. And I just added those up together. I have to say, you see those participation graphs, those pie charts for both teams. The participation for each event was really good this year. I guess I should link... I'll link you guys, and I'll post this again at the end of the presentation as well, but I'll post it now just in case I forget. But I should remember. Shout outs to Valiant Cookie. What did Valiant Cookie do in particular? What are we talking about? Ain't no way first-time players are getting full 20 points. Oh, he did Balatro coaching. Okay, that's cool. That YouTube video I linked was last year's presentation. If you guys want to check that out after today. And I don't spend any time comparing any of these participation totals to previous events, but you might consider doing that afterwards, because you'll notice that these pie charts did get bigger. Participation in events in waffles or pancakes versus waffles was pretty much like was good if you got like a quarter of the pie. There were a lot of events that were like a sixth or a fifth of the pie, like around here. Um, yeah, my mouse is showing, right? I have to click here again. I got to click back, right? It's doing the thing where if the thing doesn't have focus, you don't see the mouse. Okay. Yeah, like there were a lot of events last year where you look at the participation pie chart and you see them like, man, like it was a good event if it was like a quarter of the pie chart. But there were a lot of events that were like here, like a fifth, so maybe as low as a sixth. We're like, oh, the participation was okay. There's a lot of events that break the quarter threshold into like, I don't know what you want to call this, like it was like three eighths, something like that. Yeah, like participation seemed to be up around the board across events. A lot of people trying out a bunch of stuff compared to last year. Where was my little buddy mode call? Pick one of their own jokers as your mouse. Yeah, my mouse is showing now. Just like I had to shoot like three guys for your Halo points. Banged your head against Balatra for yourself during work meetings with integrity. This is really surprising to me. Going back to what DTW said, and it's yeah, uh, I'm surprised. I don't think Balatra is an easy game to just pick up and do the highest stake. Uh, this is tough to like. My impression just watching my team's Balatra channel, where there was a lot of people who either had played the game before, maybe had not gotten that deep of it. I mean, when you're playing the game casually, you usually don't unlock everything. So when you don't use that, you gradually unlock the stakes. So you're not really like throwing yourself into the really hard stuff first. You're gradually learning the game. And given that that's like the way you usually play it, it seemed to me like it would be very difficult to just go and try max difficulty right from the start. And the impression I got watching my team's like Balatra channel was people of all different skill levels giving it a try. There were plenty of gamers who seemed very experienced at it, and I knew they were going to take the max points. But there were also people like, I'm playing my first time Balatra, or I just won like stake whatever, and it's like the second stake, and they were getting excited about that. So it ended up being very surprising to me that most people who played Balatra took max points. That was this was a very surprising graph when I printed it. I was like, wow. I guess I don't exactly know what 10 was. Unfortunately, by combining both deck stats into a single graph, I don't know if this is people who just did one deck and gold staked it, or they did two decks and did like half of gold stake point values or whatever. I don't know why there's a little bit of a like 10 is the most popular, the second most popular value if you didn't get max points. But we should play. Coaching is always people play new games. Obviously, there's a line. I believe a significant number of first timers are getting a full 20 without cheating. I think just okay. I don't like. I don't know if this is a touchy subject, so I don't know how much I want to say about it. But I think it's impossible to enforce. I think it's impossible to enforce a rule where you can't have somebody tell you how to play the game. And therefore, I think if you're going to put a game in where you don't think people should be able to play that way, then I don't think the game is a good addition to the event, which kind of sucks. Kind of sucks because I think Balatro actually this actually was a good fit, and I particularly liked how it had so many different point thresholds, so you didn't have to feel compelled to do the hardest difficulty. But it was very surprising to me that everybody managed to do almost like by the majority managed to do the hardest difficulty, and yeah. Only frame of reference is people who play Balatro making it sound like it takes like it's like the kind of like the Zooter mentality where you constantly talk about seeds. Like, oh man, I had this Balatro run the other day. You wouldn't believe the jokers I had. Because you didn't mute it. If you know what the most broken combo is, it's just getting the right reroll to max it out. Just print out every graph and arrange it on the board with the Disco Wars 8 and frame it and hang it on your wall. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with Rio. Casually, I struggle. I have like, I don't know, I have like 20, or I have like probably like close to 50 hours in the game now. I take it slow. And I can't beat those. I'm still working my way up to. I'm like the second. I'm able to beat like the second hardest stake so far, and the ante goes up. Like the no, not the ante. The score. The card score goes up on like the second to last ante, and that's kind of walling me right now. But yeah, was not a problem for the majority of Balatro participants for Discord Wars. I think it was a poor inclusion. Got to ante 8 without ever playing the game before. It took like 5 hours. I'm not a god gamer. A member of team beat checkered on gold, then dipped. I see. Crab champions. Just short of a quarter of both teams participating in this. This is kind of a funny bar graph. Points were pretty evenly divided between both teams. Almost exactly half and half. There were 4 different point thresholds you could get with this game. There was like you beat the game on normal and then hard mode. I don't know. But there were each of those thresholds awarded you 5 points for a maximum of 20 points. And everybody did all of those points except exactly one person on both teams who stopped at 1, which is kind of interesting. Like it's a cooperative game, so maybe they didn't like it, which is totally fine. But I guess they played normal mode and was like, not for me, and hard bailed. But that happened to exactly one person on both teams. Otherwise, everybody who did this and submitted points submitted the maximum amount. So maybe it's the same person. What if it's the same person? They had a horrible, whatever their like group or whatever was a horrible experience on their one team. Like that's it. I'm gonna be a traitor and just go to the other team. Surely it'll be better over there. They tried over there and it's just as bad for them. Little buddy mode is literally being told what to do in the game, no coaching. Or being dragged up peak with dying at every stage. I think Crusade on coaching Little Buddy actively removes the community aspect of Discord Wars. I agree with that. I don't think there's ever I don't know, like there seemed to be plenty of stuff where it was totally cool. I think the perfect example is the what is it, Rapid and Steel or whatever. I didn't know this. People told me after the fact that you could just get in a lobby with someone who knew what they were doing and you could just sit there and you get those points. You didn't have to do anything. That seems to be a part of, that's as old as the Lotro conveyor belt, even older than that. And I agree. I don't know if playing a game for points, if playing a game where like you do nothing in the game and one person carries you and you just have that miserable experience, if you actually go through that, I don't see why it matters. Why can't, I guess more importantly, I think like you're just going to have to, if you don't want that, you have to create so many rules that rely on like kind of like, I don't know. I think maybe we touched on this in Balatro, but it's like, well, what counts as coaching? What's like valid? You can help somebody do this, and what can't you do? And I think, well, that's kind of stupid. You should just let somebody do whatever they want. And it's like FM. Like FM, the first time you beat Forbidden Memories, you're holding the controller, you're not playing the game. It's probably different now with 15 card mod, because 15 card mod just gives you all the good. You don't have like you're not really playing the game there either anyway. But when you play FM Vanilla, the first time you go to the final boss gauntlet in that game, there's someone in your chat who's just going to tell you what plays to make, because it's very punishing. And if you misplay, you're getting big punished. So you want that backseat there. And I don't know why we would ever disallow that. I don't know. It's like a social experience. Who really cares if you're that committed to play the game in such an unfun way where you're just kind of sitting there and doing nothing while somebody else does the work for you? If both you not engaging with the game and the other person has to like ultra engage in the game to make up for your lack of engagement, do that for points. I don't know that. I feel like the guard against that should just be that it's perceived that that's just going to be not a fun experience. So if you're still going to do that and get points for it, you might as well get points for it. But I think more importantly, it's just way too far. It's way too hard to enforce otherwise. It's way too hard to enforce on what counts as like, okay, you can help with this, but you can't help with this. So I'd rather that you just not have rules on it. But I think it's a touchy issue. So I don't really know. I don't know how to express myself in a way that's, I think it should be this way. Because generally when things are a touchy issue, that's not persuasive. Anyways, Crab Champions, most people took max points, except exactly one person on both teams. He'd be the hater, but the asyncs were peak backseat. Right. So why can you just read a guide for that and that's okay? But but being told how to do a Balatro run would not be, or what, I don't know where the line is drawn, but backpacked. I don't think that's the same, but the point is fair. The only async I enjoyed was the Sim64. I see the rando guys as a way to apply teamwork to the asyncs. In my chat, it was me. How Sci-Fi had more points. Like there's levels to this. Partially agree. Sci-Fi's paper guide was literally communally authored, which kind of led to a couple confusing bits, but was really cool overall. This is, I don't know, like what's going on here, guys? Can you explain this? Oh, I need to click back. Am I clicked? Oh, I am back. Okay. Got to make sure you see my Koyori mouse. My guy. What's going on here? This was not a fun game. This was not a fun game, and I knew people were playing it who don't like fighting games, and they still played it, and I know they didn't have fun. It's like when Zobel said to me, Zobel, how was Left 4 Dead 2? And she said it was not fun, and I was like, I'm so happy to hear that. Zobel, I did not have that same conversation with Zobel about this game, but I know she feels the same way. I know we're both in the same boat on this one. This game was not fun. If you enjoyed it, good for you. But for a game that's not fun, I can't believe so many people did it. We saw the participation numbers earlier in just like the raw count. It's even, I don't know, it's even more striking when you see it as the bar chart, right? Like that's over half. That's over half of the team submitted something for Granblue Fantasy on Sci-Fi, and a close, not quite, but edging on half for Fantasy. For a bad game, so many people turned out. This really is the power of FOMO. Not only that, like look at all those like level 30s or 30 points. That was full clears. Look at all those full clears. Like it was not an easy game, even with Petera. But I don't know what 13 points was. I think that was like 450. I think that's where I capped out. Interesting that the cap out is lower. Like a lot of people got 7 points. Like the first like hump where the points go up was 7 on Fantasy, but you see the best threshold on Sci-Fi was 13 points. I guess maybe go to the website and figure out which floors those add up to. But I don't know what to attribute that to. I don't know if it's just better gamer. I mean, well, the participation was higher, number one. Might just be that. But maybe Sci-Fi just had the fighting gamers. Who knows? Is what it is. Ping like 3 times for it. Was baby free points. No, for a fact, SG4 enjoyed Left 4 Dead. Someone who is dog shit at fighting games, I did pop off on your winning run, and popping off is fun. So some RNG to which bosses you get. Yeah, that sucked. that did suck. Sci-Fi did take a rather hefty differential between the teams here in points. Kind of had to game to get your 30 points, but it was fun. All right, Halo. By the way, we're going through if you're wondering about the order, this is alphabetical by game name. So from G to H, that's the order where we've been tackling these single goal events, that is. Next one is Halo. Now, I did go back to the website for this. If you look at that bar graph, you might be thinking, well, wait, SG, this is supposed to be, you told me this was the multi-goal events part of the presentation. Why didn't you put these bar graphs in the earlier part where we looked at single goals? I saw this bar graph and I went and double checked. And yes, on the website, there were many different point values you could get. You got like after the first mission, or however it works in Halo. I've never played Halo. But after the first mission, you got like 2 points for every mission up to like doing all the missions, which added up to 20. Not a single person on either team, and the turnout was pretty big. It was barely over a quarter of total team on Sci-Fi and just under a quarter on Fantasy. Pretty good turnout on both teams. Not a single person did anything but all of the stuff for that event. Everybody came out with maximum points for that event. Why didn't you put these bar graphs earlier in the presentation? Like the chunky bars? Yeah, surprise! Like, didn't this? I don't know. Like, I read the rules for this, and I didn't own the game, but the rules just seemed like a big nope for me. Like, I don't know. It was like, isn't this like hard? You need to set up or something. Like, there's some kind of gotcha where it's like you got to make sure you use this version or whatever. I don't know. It wasn't enough to dissuade people though. Plenty of participation. It was very easy. Well, I wasn't going to play it either which way, but I don't know. The rules section of the website made it sound like they don't get gotcha'd. I bet a decent amount of points being put up by both teams here, quite a bit. Legendary by itself would have been a good bonus point thing to do. Payday 2, another co-op game, not nearly as well participated in Halo, which surprises me. Because everybody wants me to believe, like, oh, Payday 2 is like, it's so good. It's so good. Everybody has it. Everybody's got Payday 2. It's super popular. And, well, Halo just beat that, apparently. But if you asked me before the event which did better, I would have told you Payday 2 because I got gaslit by that. Participation is still pretty good across both teams. Not as good as Halo, but still pretty good. Most people getting max points, but you see on some of the other point values there's some people who didn't do all the missions. Various amount of points. Unlike Halo, where everybody did max. MCC is a well-coded video game. All 3 days you played, you had connection issues. That's your jank. We almost had connection issues, but it worked out. That's right. Payday 2 was a free download at some point. They told me that about Left 4 Dead. Didn't save me $20 though. I think I only paid 10 though. Still way too much for Left 4 Dead. Game was off. Payday was fine though. Payday was not free for starting from a level 1 character. My group was really good. I never played the game before, but my group knew what they were doing, so it was easy points for me. I needed a carry, and my group delivered. I was backpack mode. I was a legal backpack mode. I know there's some forms of backpack mode that weren't allowed. I was the legal version, though. The missions were boring if you had somebody who knew them, and probably terrible if you didn't have somebody who knew them. Yeah, I had people on my team who knew exactly what they were doing, so it was great. Because it's not a game for me. I didn't not have fun. It was an enjoyable experience, but it's not a game I would play again. It needed to be a game. It was good for what it was. I enjoyed my time playing with the group I had. It was a lot of fun. But that was it. It's like I enjoyed it was perfect. Like sometimes there's things in life. There's things in life that you did and you're like, man, that was crap. There's things in life that you did and you're like, oh, I wish I had done that more. I have regrets. And then Payday 2 slipped in the perfect midpoint for me where it was like, I'm glad I did that. That was fun. But I never want to do that again. It was the perfect midpoint. Payday 2 was a bad choice. I don't know. I'm the super stingy gamer who thinks every game should be free. So I will poo-poo both Payday and Halo, but that's just me and my vendetta against paid games. Stealth was fun. The 2 stealth missions were a good time. Had a blast with Payday, but your weak champion with basic ass guns struggled. Just did Payday 2 for points. Peak was Peak. I'm surprised that Peak is like, does this outclass Halo even with participation? Yeah. Peak outclasses Halo, outclasses Payday 2. Power of flavor of the month. Again, a common theme so far with these multi-goal games is the highest point threshold is the most common one, but you can also see there are the other point thresholds. Not all of them on site. I forget where all the thresholds break off, but there was a team. I assume it's a team because it's 3 people. There's a team who just stopped at whatever the 2 points was. whereas sci-fi only had the 5 points, the 9 points, 14 and 20. Turnout was better on fantasy for this one. Peak is peak. It was a blast, super nostalgic, very easy. Peak had a ton of jank too. Was it really you? It wasn't really you, Rio, or you memeing? It was me. I tried pretty hard for at least legendary. We got our foot in the door. It was very fun. Muck organized a fantasy night with very appreciated. Halo's numbers were really good, Alan. I don't know if you were here just a moment ago when we talked about it, but I think this is a win for Discord Wars. I feel like if you put a harder difficulty, this like gets cut in half. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misjudging Halo people, but this seems like right where you want to be with a Discord Wars event. And if you raise the difficulty, those numbers are going down. And it's just a matter of how much they go down by. So I feel like that was a good that hit well. Just got back. We'll see, but I think we can get ODST next year. You people are just spitting out random letters. I don't know what any of this stuff means. Mongoose in the last level. Challenge game, if anything. PUBG Battlegrounds had pretty good turnout. I don't actually know for sure. I feel like this was better turnout than last year's PUBG event. Probably points as well. I don't know if everybody sticked around. Last year they might have bailed or might not have gotten in. I forget exactly how last year's event went, but turnout was really good for this. Most people did get into the max amount of games they went in. I forget how late in the night they did. There were some people who ended up quitting early, doing just one or two games, but they were a very small minority. Um, Quarter of the team on fantasy and a little over a quarter of the team on sci-fi. That increase in participation of 11 extra gamers is what swayed it in sci-fi's favor. It's just an event where you ping people and make sure they come out because it's free points if they enter, but it's an event that you have to do it, right? It was only, these points are only available. I wonder if this is also an argument for FOMO, right? I'm I'm looking at these stats and I'm wondering if they say anything about FOMO because I think this is a great showing for PUBG, but I don't think PUBG is particularly enticing to people. I think if you put PUBG in the event in some other capacity where it's not what it was, I don't think you get turnout like this. I mean, we probably even have those numbers, right? Because wasn't it like the Discord Wars before last, or maybe it was last one? It was like you could PUBG for like every win was like 3 points or something. Um, but it seems like events where you have to be there or otherwise you don't get the points, that actually does draw people out. Like the FOMO of you have a chance to get free points with Metera if you just do it before the whatever day, Thursday it was. People came out for that. You have a point for PUBG, but you got to be there Tuesday night during whatever these hours were. I don't think that's great. I don't think FOMO is something we should be striving for, but I think the stats might show that events that have FOMO get better participation. We have to be mindful of that, and that might be by maybe not including them. The pull of FOMO is a dangerous drug. PUBG is the peak of playing for points. Yeah, that's a way of thinking about it, right? Lobbies filled, so turnout was way up. Yeah, yeah. Like before, we didn't fill whole lobbies, right? And this was we had first time ever, right? This year was a situation where people wanted to play and they couldn't play. There wasn't room for them, but there were extra games. So I think at least these graphs would seem to indicate that everybody who wanted to get max points had an opportunity to do so, which is good. Yeah, PUBG's been in it. Surely it wasn't. Yeah, it was a sub night. It was subga PUBG, and you just showed up and got points, which isn't bad. It was fun. I think the settings might have been whatever. People had mixed feelings about the settings, but I'm surprised at this. I mean, it's a huge download. It's like 30 gigabytes or whatever, and that can be a wall for people. Something you're gonna have to download ahead of time. You can't just show up and not have it downloaded, potentially. It's not this popular. Yeah, I don't know what happened this year. Really enjoyed being in the 15-minute games, like the first 4 minutes until DKC foreplay. Yeah, the Donkey Kong Rando clan. It's fine. The Toa clan tried to show up. I'm a member of the Toa clan. We did our best. I don't know if we got any wins. Tapio, did you do anything? Did you do anything to represent Toa that night? Because it certainly wasn't me. Maybe Theo did. I hope our clan got some kind of good kill off or something. BTW, yeah. Last like 3 years running. You killed one of the excellent. Okay, the Toa clan got one kill on the DK64. I'm happy about that. We made a mark. Repo was not that popular. Although the turnout on Fantasy was much, well, not so much the turnout. The turnout was only 4 gamers, but those 4 gamers did well. Not just the 4, but the the people who participated on Fantasy got way more points than the ones on Sci-Fi. Sci-Fi was all over the place. I don't know anything about Repo, so I don't know how hard these things were. But my takeaway from this is that Fantasy knew what they were doing. 14 people took max points, and then you look over at Sci-Fi, and they're all over the place. But not a lot of people getting only 5. I mean, it's like equal on all point values. Like I guess that had to have been 2 teams, right? Because it maxes out 4 people per team in Repo, right? So potentially 5 and 10 were one team, but there must have been at least 2 teams for 15 and 20, right? So maybe on Fantasy there were 2 teams who got the 5-point threshold. I don't actually know, but yeah, Fantasy definitely took the advantage on Repo here. Maybe they just had more more Repo gamers. Maybe they had guides. I don't know. Maybe the Fantasy gamers want to elaborate on that. It seems like it's flavor of the month. Nobody cared about it. It's like flavor of the month, but kind of older. I don't know. I also I know nothing about the game, so I don't know how challenging the goals were for it. Maybe it's like legit tough. So unless you knew what you were doing, I feel like it's my understanding of Repo. The only capacity I've ever seen it played is it's just a bunch of people screwing around. So I don't know how you actually develop that into points, but I guess you have to do it in kind of a way where it doesn't become free. Because at least we see on Sci-Fi that it was not a free game to get points in, even if you were familiar with it. I've played it before. I guess he calls people mostly who did not want to play PUBG, and we all enjoyed it more because of the silliness of the settings. Fantasy, our feedback on Repo was I liked Lethal Company more. So the team that got 15 points, we were kind of too bored to go to 20. Lethal Company has higher highs. It's scarier. Repo is FOMO that's expired. That's my perception, yeah. It's not popular finding a team. Was really hard to find a team in Triumph Fantasy. Oh, okay. Yeah, this was one of the least participated events. I think this might be the least popular co-op game in terms of raw numbers. We can check back in the slides for that. For what it's worth, I like Repo a lot, but I never bothered even asking them to play it because they didn't have it. Yeah, paid game as well. Super Animal Royale had really good turnout, and in fact, the turnout was even better on Fantasy. I guess this was a point of emphasis for Fantasy leadership, but they had 15 more participants and also took the majority of points. Most of their participants capping out. Not necessarily all of them, though. They also had several participants at the lower who didn't cap out on games, but it all added up. Had more gamers. Maybe they all didn't cap out on games, but it all added up to swaying the point totals in favor of Fantasy for Super Animal Royale. Should put Overcooked in again. Really, man? Have we not have Overcooked in? Has it always been played up? Overcooked would be a lot of fun. Can I get a little buddy mode on that? Warzone. I guess it was Warzone actually less popular. Nope. No, even okay. So equal participation on Fantasy for Warzone and Repo, but Sci-Fi. had more participation in Warzone. So that does make Repo the least popular co-op event for Discord Wars this year. This was very sci-fi sided. I'm surprised 9 people took max points. I thought this game was hard. I mean, it's a sweaty battle royale, right? But the point totals are very skewed in favor of sci-fi for this one. Only a few more gamers. Only 4 more gamers than fantasy, but 5 more of those gamers took maximum points, which was 60. There were 60 points to get in this event. That's kind of crazy. Only 4 60-point participants on fantasy versus 9 on sci-fi, and 60 points adds up really fast. So I'm sure that's where this point discrepancy comes from. Because you look at the other point values, and you got some 4s, you got some 8s, you got some 12s. You got a lot of those lower values in other teams. There were a couple people. Okay, so you look at fantasy. There was someone at 48, and then 2 at 56. So the high end was still decent there, but yeah. There's also a 48, a 52, a 50, and 2 56s on sci-fi. So yeah, those sci-fi just adds up better there. Not particularly popular, but as far as Discord Wars events goes, compared to like participation last year, this isn't awful. It's just a hard game to get into. So I would assume that that's why participation is kind of low, particularly low for this Discord Wars, where everything else was pretty high. Approaching halves, approaching quarters of the team participating and stuff. That's where we saw most of these pie charts. Push this from the start. 2 teams every night. Zoners were online every night, dropping into LZ frags out or whatever. Hit the BR is always a PvP game when we go out of our way to avoid playing against other people as much as possible. I think this is the last year Warzone needs to be included. Game size. I was out of Warzone because when I downloaded the game, it wouldn't let me play until I put a phone number in, and I thought that was hilarious. So I downloaded those 100 gigabytes and then uninstalled. So if you're telling me there's also the secure boot check coming, is that in now or is that also coming? There's plenty of walls. TLDR, there's plenty of walls to not get you to play that game. There are plenty of excuses to find. Don't worry, I've got myself covered. Let's just add that to my list. They're warning people. That's crazy. Does that mean you have to play it on Windows 11? I guess Windows 10. Okay, so Windows 10 does have the secure boot. It's just optional. Windows 7, it's not optional. Or Windows 11, it's not optional, but I think there's a way you can kind of cheese it. It's the worst BR that's put in. Least fun one. Yeah, maybe. I don't actually know. I think there were several. I think a good example of this was probably the cooking and cookbook stuff. But I think in the planning process, there's just some events where you come up with, I don't know, you just kind of like take the template from last year and you're like, oh, okay, we'll put that in again. Like it's just an easy, like you think of the planning process, like, okay, yeah, put that in. Like every year introduces new stuff, but sometimes it's also just easy to copy and paste some old stuff. Like Warzone's been in before, I'll put that in again. Cooking, Cookbook Club, and whatever. That one probably needed like a re-theme for sci-fi or whatever, but fantasy and sci-fi. But yeah, this Warzone was in last year as well, right? Guaranteed it was in. Shouts to everyone else who grinded out the 60 points. Only ran into one hacker. It's less boring than Fortnite. Fortnite is just Fortnite is like a kid's fever dream. Like when I played Fortnite, I couldn't believe like all just like the distracting stuff that's in there. Like you can fish in Fortnite. Like what business does a battle royale have giving you the ability to fish in the game? But anyway, I digress. Here we go. Here's the real winner. Those are 2 interesting pie charts. So sci-fi participation is Pi and somebody else. But Pi and whoever that other person is got 15 points each. Whatever the threshold was for that was 15 points. Both. Fantasy had 2 more people. Fantasy had, well, we could put it this way. Fantasy had double the participation for Zooter. That's crazy. Yeah, but the numbers end up being so low. There were two people on Fantasy who just did. I mean, Yimo told me he was going to do this strat, but then he just ran out of time because there was too much stuff to do and it wasn't worth it for 5 points. But that 5 point threshold is you just beat the game infinite hit. If you're willing to just play Ocarina of Time Randomizer and take as many hits as you want to just beat the game, you could get those 5 points. That's what those were. Someone got 20 points though. I don't know how hard that is. Does anybody know what the 20 point threshold is? What is 15 and 20? Can somebody tell me? Made a huge, yeah, Fantasy did a huge Zooter push. The randomizer settings were up. They were also kind of buggy at first, right? Saw people in like the Discord Wars general a couple times being like, "Hey, I got the seed bricked. What do?" And it's like, "Nah, try this other randomizer setting. We'll fix it." 20 hits or less was 20. Okay. The one guy who only played Zooter was Wooden Barrel, and when I watched his stream, he was big mad about the settings. Interesting. As someone who has played some cursed Archie seeds, those are some really tough settings. Damn. Well, they certainly didn't help for this event because it was very poorly participated. And it was a challenge run, but you could still get points just by beating it. You didn't have to actually do the challenge part. The challenge was beating the game still, of course, but this might be our least participated event in Discord Wars history. We might look back on this one. We don't have the stats for very far back, but it definitely beats everything in Discord Wars 7 where I did the stats last year. Not even close. 6 is a pretty low number. So this one will I don't really know. I think like what you guys have said pretty much sums it up. It was hard. There's additional setup. The settings had to change a couple times because some seeds borked. You got to be really Zooter pilled. There was already a Zooter event in the thing. If you just wanted to do that, you do that. You need to be Zooter pilled to do two. I think that all just compounded on itself to create really low participation. But is what it is. Moving on. So the final set of multi-goal events we're going to look at is the Retro Achievement set. Castlevania getting a lot better turnout on sci-fi than fantasy by like, what is that? Almost double. Not quite. Maybe like 80% more. But participation significantly higher as well as point totals. Very sci-fi skewed. Yeah, I don't know what the I don't know what those points correspond to. I'm playing Castlevania right now. I didn't look up that achievement set, but I believe map completion is part of it. It seemed the impression I got was that the set was kind of a pretty significant time investment where you might consider bailing and not doing all of it. And we see some of that bailing on, oh, I don't know. There's not actually that much bailing, huh? Most people got like, okay, so there were 6 people on Fantasy that stopped at the 25, and one person did 15. On Sci-Fi, one person did 15, 220, 125, and then like 31 finishing. That's a lot, and that accounts for the point discrepancy for this event. I think that's also very easy lead to feeling like you wasted time and just waiting to grinding the no hit. Some kind of irony that Soten went to Sci-Fi. Surprised it's only one person. I thought the final 5 points just weren't worth it. Yeah. Full map. You're one of those 20. Congrats, DTW. I think the mod should have found a way to make Shores play the game a third time. I agree. I think that would be peak. Peak is peak. DTW up there, yeah. It's only retro achievement you didn't complete. Bailed at 20, ran out of time. The 2 retro achievements required full map and like, yeah, that's rough. multiple hours for 5 points. F-Zero GX. This one surprises me. This also shows a discrepancy between fantasy and sci-fi. I mean, if you looked at the event totals on the website, you did see that there was quite a difference between the two in that. Let me refresh my memory. When you added them all together, which is the value you saw on the website, you saw quite a big difference. Like 1,500 point difference roughly between the two teams in favor of sci-fi. So yeah, this is how that all adds up. F-Zero GX also very sci-fi sided. I like to think this is the Alan M difference because I know when I played this game, I was in a call. Alan M hopped in, and he was like, "Hey SG, you want some pointers for this?" And I was like, "Absolutely. Whatever you got for me, whatever you can do to make this a more pleasurable experience for me." So he gave me some tech, which helped. I still bailed. I was one of these people. I forget how many points I got. I don't know. It was like it's low. It's like the 6 or 10. I don't know which one it was. I think it was probably 10. I did like 2 of the Grand Prix and then like 2 of the missions. But the narrative around this game was that it was hard, and it is a hard game. And I think playing in an emulator was really rough. Last time I played it on console, and I did beat it, but I found myself really struggling playing it now on emulator. But is what it is. Like 50% more people playing it on sci-fi than fantasy, and a lot of people getting max points for this. That once again being the most popular point value across both teams, but it does really add up though, because yeah, like obviously sci-fi had was that eight more people who did the full 40, but there were also more people who just put up numbers below that, and that did help add up more so than fantasy gamers who showed up to give it a try, or at least give it a try and get some of the achievements. I found out early on that Pico is considered the worst character in the game, but I also found out who cares? We all suck. And he was based. Yeah, so this was surprising to me. We saw a lot of people give this game a go and enjoy it when I think there was some worry that this was going to be one of the less accessible retro achievements games because of difficulty. And it's also a GameCube game. So you need to be able to emulate a GameCube game, which I mean Dolphins come a long way, but that's also potential. Like you need a better system to be able to emulate a GameCube game than just like a SNES game. Yeah, it used to be even worse, Dolphin. Great progression of getting better. SMRPG low level had well, the points do skew in sci-fi's favor. They had exactly 12 more participants. A lot of people getting all the way to Smithy. 19, which is almost exactly half of everybody who participated on sci-fi. The number is almost exactly half on fantasy too. So half of the people who did this got all the way and got all the achievements. And short of that, there were a bunch of, well, you can see they had a bunch of different thresholds where if they didn't get the other half that didn't get the max value, they stopped at various points in the low level run. I think I'm at 42 or 38. I forget which one it was. I was playing this all the way up till the end of the event and got like, I was right before factory bosses. It still did emulate better than Pokemon Snap. I hope we never have an N64 game in again for emulation. Retro achievements. They'll get some points in bail from F-Zero. People out here bitching about RA and not knowing the true pain of setting up Dolphin from scratch. Took you like 5 minutes to set from scratch. Literally had no issues with it. I think Turbo definitely helped for this. Also, the fact that you could do this all throughout Discord Wars was a huge plus for people. You could just like boot this up one night and spend a couple hours on it and put it down. That seemed to be a good selling point for this game. Pokemon Snap. In spite of how awful this game was to emulate, the participation stats for this were really good. Very, very, very slightly fantasy sided. 77 gamers to 75 gamers. The points were very, very close, but fantasy barely edged out over sci-fi. One additional person on fantasy got those 25 points. So it was 20 or 63 max points on fantasy versus 62 on sci-fi. Pretty overwhelmingly, if you were going to play this game, you were getting max points. We do see. I wonder what is what. There's 6 people on sci-fi who got 6 points, which is kind of an outlier. Everything else is kind of like twos and ones. There's 1 3 at 12, but like, what could that one achievement be? I don't think that's the no, because I think the one where you have to take a picture of every mon was like uh fit was like 5. Could that be the Zapdos one? Serving Pikachu can't be that hard. The Zapdos one was the only one where I felt like, oh, this is gonna take a few tries, but even that wasn't that hard. Maybe the Porygon, but someone posted a guide. But maybe people did it before there was a guide, and the Porygon took a few tries, but well, I don't know. I guess you give it a few tries, you're like, hey, it's 2 points. It's not. I don't really care anymore. But I don't know. I would not expect that being. If anything, I figured you would have stopped before taking all the pictures of the Pokemon. Like that just feels like, even though it wasn't that hard. At first, I was like, probably not going to do that because it's going to be a lot of work. When I had the like strategy wiki that just tells you where they are, I was like, there's not actually that many, so it wasn't that bad. But that's where I would have expected people to like stop at, not some random 2 point Chivo. That was a bit surprising. What do we have? Okay, that's the end of the retro achievements. And all of the Discord Wars events that we're going to look at, except FM Hundo, which is what we're going to look at now. The best event in Discord Wars, right? Um, to give some background on the final. I guess I also kind of want to present FM Hundo today for people who might not understand FM because I know both teams like I got the impression both teams like were really checking in a lot on their FM Hundo players and cheering them on. But if you don't understand Yu-Gi-Oh FM, which is very different from the Yu-Gi-Oh modern card game, it's kind of hard to know what where it all breaks down. But yeah, these were the final cards that were missing on both teams. All of these cards over here on Sci-Fi. Let me see if I have my mouse back. Have it, yeah. These cards that were missing on Sci-Fi are all 0.1%, a little bit less than 0.1%, in fact. 0.1% chance per duel that any of them drop. So on average, it takes 1,000 duels. And these two in particular are on like a duel list that you have like no reason to be on. This is Jono 1 farm. So Jono 1 farm, also with how the points were valued, how this event was valued in Discord Wars, like even if you got these 2 super rare cards, you're only going to get 20 points for your team. Same was true about Parrot Dragon and Rude Kaiser. Those were 2 different duelists where it was a 0.1%, but completing the duelist table only gave you 20 points. So definitely a strategic decision not to waste time there. Fantasy was missing more cards, but they were also kind of like crap drop rates. A lot of these cards are ritual cards on Villager 1 that are only obtainable. Well, they also drop on Seto 3rd, but the not fun A-teching Seto 3rd either. But option 2 for a lot of these cards, either A-tech Villager 1 or A-tech Seto 3rd. Villager 1 is an easy early game duelist, but A-tech is a farming method that you have to do that's just slow. It takes like 4 or 5 minutes per duel, even if you're fast. So it's just a huge time investment. Each of these cards is not like they're about a 1%, not a 0.1%. So they're obtainable, not this one. So a lot of rituals here that unfortunately took up a lot of points for fantasy because like completing the ritual, like completing Seto's drop table was 200 points. Seto 3rd's drop table 200 points. The all buy add fusion was 200 points. So it's just a matter of like Sci-fi got luckier on these. We'll see some of the numbers later as well. But to give for people to understand FM, like what cards were missing, that was a common thing. Like, oh, what cards is the team missing still? Sci-fi was missing cards for three duelists that had awful drop rates, and each of those three duelists was only worth 20 points. So I was just not worth that. Sci-fi or fantasy had duelists that were still valuable, but they're annoying cards to get and clean up, and particularly like the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon Ritual. This just they're slow duels, they're annoying duels. A couple of them are hard duels, but yeah, it's just that's where the tables were basically held up. There is one card that Fantasy got that Sci-Fi didn't, which was the Parrot Dragon, right? There's a 0.1% chance on, was that Sekmenton? I think it's a Sekmenton exclusive. Maybe this Low Mage does. Yeah, the Ultimate Dragon is rough because as long as that's outstanding, like you really need that to drop, right? Like once you get the Ultimate Dragon drop, it can kind of like fill the sale with wins once again to go farm Villager 1. But farming Villager 1 when Ultimate Dragon is still outstanding, it's just like, it feels kind of bad, right? So it's ultimately the farm's at the mercy of Seto dropping that on A-Tech, and that's just a rough farm. Electric Lizard missing is a 0.1% chance. That's on Villager 2. And then the same Jono 3 cards, although Fantasy did manage to get the Hourglass of Courage, luckily. I forget where Dark Rabbit drops. Dark Rabbit's only like a Bakura. This was not that bad a drop rate, but it's only 20 points on Bakura, so both teams put a lot of hours into this. But the game's going to drop, the card's just going to drop. I think both teams did a really good job getting as many cards as they did. I was very impressed by. I don't know what Ozzy's expectations were going into this, but I didn't think either team would get this close. I figured there would be more like I don't know, like strategic attrition or something where you would be like I figured like both teams would like have like a meeting with themselves, maybe like at the start of the event or just before the midpoint of the event, and be like, look, like we got to play smart. Like it's not worth wasting. It's not worth trying to get like what like okay, like you come up with a game plan where maybe you like take, I don't know, take like half the points that are on the table. Like you focus like, all right, maybe like realistically where do we think you're going to get? 'Cause you don't want to dump that much time into this. But both teams did get enough FM players that were interested in dumping time into this game that so much of the drop tables are cleaned up. It was way more than I would have anticipated. I thought teams would have to be much more pragmatic about clearing drop tables, and they would end up having a lot of duelists that just weren't worth going for. Like maybe, I don't know, like maybe you could clean up Dark Knight and maybe Nightmare, but like even Heishin, both teams managed to do Heishin, and Heishin is not free. Like getting Heishin drops like 6 different cards that have a 0.2% chance that you just have to get, and I figured something like that would just be, teams would have to be too pragmatic about that, and we wouldn't come anywhere close to these values. But yeah, both teams really showed up. It's impressive. So as far as the missing points, those were the missing cards, but how they translated into missing points. Fantasy took 1,140 points. Sci-Fi took 1,720 points. Sci-Fi did manage to clean up some of those annoying farms towards the end. 200 points being behind Bifuse Ritual and managing to get those final few Villager 1 drops was huge for the team. I know Sci-Fi was popping off after the last one of those dropped because that ended up being like, it's basically 400 points. There's a lot of overlap between Seto Third and this category here, because Seto Third drops a bunch of rituals. So these two are kind of paired. So this is like 400 points outstanding that are just like really rough. Labyrinth Mage, Sci-Fi got really lucky on the drop there. That was 100 points. And yeah, like these early duelists just really aren't that worth it. But yeah, this is the main difference between the final point thresholds, was getting lucky with the Villager 1 drops. And also, I know Theo farmed a lot. I mean, the team as a whole farmed a lot. You're about to see the numbers. There was a team-wide push to clean up. We needed the drop on Martis. We needed the Sword Stalker. and we needed the this one, the Kishin Power. And I noticed this Fantasy did get the Sword Stalker, funny enough. That was one of the cards that we needed towards the end. And it was like an all hands on deck for sci-fi to get that card plus Kishin powered so that we could complete Fuse by Ritual for those 200 points. So yeah, both teams were sort of working down towards the wire at the end. It was really cool to see how everybody came together for FM. So FM was a bit of an outlier for the event because we had our own submission process. None of it was tracked on the website. Both teams used a private spreadsheet that kept track of the team's progress, and the focus for FM was just to track that, like just to track everybody's, make sure like we got the submissions in, make sure the spreadsheet was updated as timely as possible, and collecting any statistics on people's like participation in FM was not something we bothered with until after the event. It's just the way it is. It, like we there wasn't a better way to do it while the thing was going on. It was better that everybody just focus on enjoying the event and participating in that. But what we did end up doing to try and get some data on FM after the event was over was I sent out a Google form to both teams' FM players and asked them to fill out how many wins they got on each duelist so that we could try and determine about how each team's farm went, like how many duels went in altogether, like to basically get a macroeconomic view of FM's progress on both teams. Now, unfortunately, the way that this just naturally has a tendency for errors. One is that the submission process was voluntary. We sent the form out. Most people filled it out. I know there's a few people who didn't respond. That's fine. Most people did respond, so we have most of the data, but it isn't a perfect number as far as total number of duels. There's still some duels missing out because we couldn't get all participants to follow up on that. Also, it required a lot of manual entry. There are different ways people could have submitted their duel totals, could have attached a save file, or they could have entered them in, just typing them into the form. There's always a possibility for errors there where they either put the wrong duelist name or they write like an 8 instead of a 0 because they don't see it right. That happened to me almost one time. I was copying someone's screenshot for their free duel screen, and it's like a PlayStation game, so the resolution's kind of low. And it was like 182 duels, but at first I wrote 102 duels because the 8 and the 0 kind of look the same in the PlayStation font. I did catch it at the end, but I'm sure there's cases like that could have happened that we just won't catch just because of human error. Also, we only counted the free duel screen, and he even said, I had a feeling Theo might bring this up again, but don't worry, Theo, it's on the slide. We did have one sci-fi player say that he did a Heishin in campaign for between 200 and 300 duels, which seems kind of high. It's kind of hard to judge your total as it's going on, but it's somewhere around there, I guess. 6 hours is a lot. I didn't end up putting, since we didn't know the exact number, that's not added into the stats later, but if you guys want to like think of that in your head, add that to the total, you can do that if you want to. For people to understand FM, there is once you beat the game, you could do like a new game plus. You go back in, and then one of the first duelists you fight is actually Heishin, and it's a forced loss in the campaign mode, and you're expected to lose because your stage at that point of your deck at that stage of the game is not good. It's like a forced loss, but you can in new game plus you do have a chance to beat him, and if you beat him, the story like gives you like the no, it's not possible. There's no way you could win. Like you get credit for the win, you still get a drop, but he insists on fighting you again until you lose to him. It's a forced loss. But when you fight him in campaign, he has a Yami field spell down, so it actually can be beneficial to you as the player. You as the player with the type of deck you'd have at that point. So in the FM Hundo, the real Hundo run, the speed run, sometimes the runners will go back into campaign mode and New Game Plus because it's easier to farm Heishin there with the right deck. But those numbers are not tracked anywhere. Whereas when you fight duelists on the free duel screen, it'll keep track of your wins and losses up to 999. So even though there might be some inaccuracies because of those issues that I just mentioned, this is really the best look we're going to get at FM for the event, and it'll still give us some decent insight on both teams farming. So I took all this data and I put it in a graph from what both teams' players told me in their Google Forms. 11 players on Team Fantasy responded and 15 from Sci-Fi. The total number of duels was 8,329 on Fantasy and 10,749 on Sci-Fi. And I took all this data and I put it in a... How long does a duel run for? It really depends, PQ. Some duels... well, first of all, some duels aren't automatically wins. There's a farm you have to do in the game against Seto third, and you're trying to get 3 copies of Blue Eyes. Each copy has a 1% chance to drop about, and you might not even be winning that duel. You have to SA POW it, and you're a lot of those duels you're going to lose. So, like what Ozzy says is pretty accurate. They can be as fast as 1 minute, or they could be as slow as 7. And there's also some factors in there. You might also get a duel where you get Swords of Revealing Light and you get tilted. And it goes even longer than that, and you just hate yourself for letting that happen. But we're going to look at a bar graph. And the bar graph is going to be sectioned. And each respondent to the form is going to get a unique color assigned to them. So you're going to see in this bar graph in a moment, basically team totals as the full bar, and then each section of the bar is going to be a person from the team and how much they did. Yeah, each respondent makes up a segment on the bar graph. So here it is here. To sort of explain that once again, now that we have the visual. So, like, if you look here, like Forest Mage, Jono second, you see how like these bars are all, I think these bars are the same. Here's where it kind of gets you. It's like, okay, so this orange is different from this orange, right? If you look really closely, this is like a darker orange, and this is a lighter orange. I needed like 40 different colors. I try to get them to look as different as possible, but it turns out there's not that many colors. So some of these look similar. Like these are 2 different oranges. I know it's like, corporate wants you to say this, but they're not. But it's supposed to be 2 different oranges. But like, yeah, like, okay, so you see like this blue here and this blue here, that's the same person. This purple and this purple, that's the same person, I believe. So the person who did this many duels on, like nearly 500 duels on Forest Mage, also did this many duels on Mountain Mage. That's probably, who is this? Is that you, Theo? Maybe Theo or Raikar? I think one of these is Raikar, another one's Theo. Okay, this one's Theo. So that's how these colors work. So you might even be able to find yourself on here. If you did like an exceptionally large amount of duels on here for a certain duelist, you might be able to find your color and look at the other bars. But get his unique drop. Sci-Fi needs like, so this graph is pretty dirty. We'll look over all these totals in detail. I think the TLDR for people who don't understand FM is both teams got lucky, but Sci-Fi did get considerably more lucky than Fantasy, is what the data shows. Both teams played really well. It's not. I don't want to sell my teams short. We had more FM players. We had more duels. We had a lot of dedicated people. Even like I tried to do as much as I could, but there were plenty of people who did a lot more than me, and but we still got lucky on some drops. So it is a combination of having more players. Both teams had really good commitment, but I think the biggest offender of this is you look on, where is it? Labyrinth Mage. Sci-Fi had 228 duels on Labyrinth Mage, and we full cleared Labyrinth Mage, which means we got Dungeon Worm within those duels, which is very dirty. Dungeon Worm is a 0.1% chance to drop. I guess it's slightly higher on BCD. No, that's what it is on BCD, and it's a 0.05% drop on SA POW, right? But that should take about 1,000 duels. It didn't. take that. It was a lot faster. So sci-fi getting away with one there for sure. This is this is a rare instance of sci-fi getting unlucky here. It took sci-fi 1,742 Forest Mage duels to get Rude Kaiser or Ryu Kinshin powered, which was required for the 200 points behind by Fuse Ritual cards. You would expect that number to be closer to 1,000. So that is a bit unlucky. But likewise, Fantasy's also gotten unlucky. Fantasy apparently put up close to 1,338 duels on Villager 2 and didn't full clear Villager 2. Still didn't find the Electric Lizard, which is unfortunate. Yeah, Tiana. Tiana also had some low drops, but we did manage to full clear her. She had like some twos as well. I don't know. No, they weren't twos. They were just like 1% or something, right? Yeah, so this isn't that bad. Villager 1, right? That is an ugly number, though. 603 Villager 1 duels is like gross. A lot of those are ATEX for those ritual cards. So ended up doing about sci-fi doing about double the amount of duels on Villager 1. I think that comes down to we did get the Ultimate Dragon drop, like I think that was like week 1 off of Seto, so that really gave us a lot of motivation. Like we had a lot of people. You can see all these different colors here. A lot of people. This might be Scarm, but a lot of people came out for the Villager 1 ATEC extravaganza. Got the low Tiana drop for Fantasy. This is Haitian. So you would expect this to take about 1,000 duels. I think actually a little bit less than that, maybe, but maybe around 1,000. I would say this is a little bit unlucky. Hey, Hydro. But this is pretty lucky for sci-fi. You can see also like it looks like what just three different gamers came up with almost. I don't know if there's a tiny little bar. There might be someone who did like 10 or something here. I don't know if there's a different color there, but a lot of the three gamers coming up for the complete Haitian farm. Rex is pretty funny. I just like seeing all the different colors here because pretty much everybody at some point is like, I'll farm a little Rex, get a dragon or two. Weevil, like this might have been the Jirai Gumo farm right here, but a lot of Weevil duels on sci-fi there. What else do we have here? Interesting. Pegasus, like everybody's going to need to get their deck there, so that entailed a Pegasus farm. Isis had a lot of duels because you might as well go to Isis for a little bit. Where's Kaiba? Like a lot of people decided to clean up Kaiba on Fantasy. We had a lot of different people here. Mage Soldier, Jono 2, requiring about over twice as many duels by Fantasy than sci-fi. What exactly isn't all you need off of that? What do you need off of that? Blue Eyes? I mean, Red Eyes? It's Red Eyes and it's also the, is it Salamandra? What are the drops on, what are we looking for on Villager 2? Oh, Guiltia as well. What is that? Is Guiltia a 2? A 4? That's gross. Did Scythe, did they get Jonah 2? Okay, so Fantasy did get Jonah 2, so they did get that drop as well. Right at a single duel and got it. LOL. That must be him right there. Got 3 Red Eyes and 1 MBD without Guiltia. Ocean Mage pretty low. Sekmenton, like, is this can Fantasy like give some insight on that? Is it possible a Fantasy gamer just like didn't submit their stats for this, or did it really only take 49 duels to get Parrot Dragon or whatever that one is? Wow, so it's just wow. Okay, there you go. So that, I mean, it's unfortunate that the really lucky drop that the team gets is the one that's like the least value, but damn, like 49 duels for the 2 is really cool. Multiple people who didn't submit, but I don't think they were Sekmenton Gaming. Forest Mage. Yeah, like there's no reason to come to Forest Mage unless you have a chance to clean up the all buy fuse ritual cards. So Fantasy didn't invest anything in here, which makes sense. And this was the longest in terms of duels. This was the longest farm for Sci-Fi. Anubisius wasn't even touched by anybody, just like Teana 2. Six attends of duels. Mountain Mage, this was all same reasoning. Like you come here for the you come here for the Sword Stalker, right? I guess there must be someone missing. Oh no, Mountain Mage is on there. How do they have Sword Stalker? That wasn't one of your missing cards, was it? Air Dragon. Yeah, apparently nobody who farmed. It only drops. Wait, Martis. Okay, it drops off of Martis, right? Drops off of Martis, not Desert Mage or Mountain Mage. Someone got it on only 15-1 duels then. That's pretty good. Somehow Fantasy got it in just under 200. So both teams getting very lucky there. I can check. I think Panda Car did, but I'll check you guys real quick. Yeah. Yeah, I have Panda Car's name on the submission list, so yeah, that his stats are accounted for in here. Mountain Mage or Meadow Mage. Well, yeah, Meadow Mage is going to be a natural stop on the farm. Natural stop on the farm. 100 Kaiba, 100 Haitian, 500 Meadow. Well, if it was 500 Meadow, then Meadow Mage was almost equal for both teams then in terms of duel count. Kapura pretty low. Labyrinth Mage, it is pretty dirty. Only 228 duels to get that drop. Seto 2, Sebek, 4 duels on Neku. Seto 3rd. That is an unfortunate discrepancy. Sci-Fi getting pretty lucky here. 242 duels. That is something. I don't know. Did somebody? I don't think. The sad part is, I think that is everybody. I don't know. I know a couple people who didn't submit. I don't think they actually did any duels there though. But only 242 duels, and that's BCDs, because you're not always going to get a win there. Some of those are BCDs, so they don't even have a chance for Blue Eyes White Dragon. And yet, that 242 duels encompasses 3 Blue Eyes White Dragon drops. The rest of I don't know if he might have like another exclusive or two, and Atex for the Ultimate Dragon drop. That is a really low number. That's a really low number for Sci-Fi there. But there you have it. You made the hybrid deck. For like 500 Atex more. Oh, was Cymarth on this the Seto 3rd grind? Atec grind? Hmm. That is crazy. Purely on that, jeez. I'm glad I had it good where everybody else was doing the really obnoxious farms and I just kind of filled in where I needed to be. That is a rough. I mean, I hope it seemed like that's what he chose for himself, so more power to you, but that seems like a rough grind. And the Nightmare duels were pretty equal between both teams. If these stats are indicative of the whole. So that is how FM turned out for both teams, at least based on stats we were able to collect from the submission form. Yeah, I'd be losing it as well. So that is all the stats we have for today. Just going to wrap up a few things. I'm going to mention what we didn't look at today. One of the things we didn't look at is trends among first-time participants. This is a point of data that I know Killy collects. He's got an endpoint on the website. I think it might be admin only, so I don't know. I don't think it's generally accessible, but Killy does collect a bunch of stats based on people participating in Discord Wars for the first time and what events they like to participate in. I ended up not looking into that just because I had so many other things I wanted to look into. But I think there's a lot of interesting information there if anybody else wanted to analyze that for themselves. We looked at the leaderboard progression over time, but we didn't actually look at the day-by-day totals of events. I wanted to put this point here to make sure I shouted out Arian. I know I saw in Discord, Arian had posted some images of that. So he's already done some good work on that. So I don't know if anybody has that link handy. They're free to post it in chat. Otherwise, look it up on Discord. There's some good information there. Also, I wanted to shout out, I think it was Universal Giant, did a look at Team Fantasy's Balatro stats. Like whenever someone posted a Balatro screenshot, he like kept track of what the most popular hand types were and stuff, which I thought was pretty cool. I saw the Google Doc that he entered. I wanted to make sure I shouted out both of those people who did some other like statistics work on Discord Wars stuff. So make sure you check those out if you see them. Definitely worth taking a look at. We didn't look at Pokemon Showdown because I said earlier it was the submission data I had didn't have timestamps with them, so we didn't really look at that one. Although I believe Killy has other data that was available that I just chose not to use for what I was analyzing. Pokemon Showdown probably has a lot of really interesting stuff. I think that was a pretty competitive leaderboard. It's a shame that I didn't look at it here, but if somebody else wants to do their own analysis of that, feel free to post that in the Discord Wars channels. I know people still check in there. So we didn't look at the races. I think this is probably the biggest missing point. I think there's probably a lot of good information to be acquired by analyzing the races, like how many people participated, like is it popular for them to do one race, two race, three races? How often do people get like placement points across events? There's a lot of cool stuff you could do with races, a lot of cool data there to like comb through. I just chose not to look into it in the interest of like time and like keeping myself down to just some of the stuff I did before. But I think that would probably be the most if you're like looking for I'd like to find out some more stuff about Discord Wars. I think that's probably the most interesting category that wasn't covered today. I think races have so much stuff. Maybe next year I'll look into it. We didn't look these last two bullet points that we're going to see. I didn't include them just because they're not that interesting. The first one was leaderboard completion thresholds. But for the sake of completeness, as far as using this presentation as a summary of all events for this Discord Wars that we can look back on, every leaderboard threshold was met except Kid Chameleon 2 Boss, which was missing 6 people for it. And we also didn't look at Mario Kart World because it was a one-night event and both teams took 50 points, so that both teams were equal there in points. Not much else to say. I do want to give some special thanks first to I Ate Your Pie for making the event and the coordination he does. I know I've met a lot of lifelong friends to the I Ate Your Pie community, and certainly Discord Wars would not exist without him. So big shout outs to Discord Wars, to I Ate Your Pie for that. Shout outs to the Discord Wars planning team. Everybody who has a hand in making this. This is like, I helped with the FM event, but that's just a small portion of Discord Wars. There's a lot of people who do Trying to get the point values just right, or trying to think of like, okay, what would be fun for an event? How do we change this? They test stuff, like stuff gets thrown out. There's stuff that the planning team is like, oh, it would be fun if we do this, and they test it. Like, I don't know if this quite fits. There's a lot of stuff that gets left on the planning table just because people put so much work into it, and they want the event to be just perfect. Um, and also a subgroup of that planning team, specifically shout outs to the part of the team that works on the website. Because the website just gets better and better every year. And it looks like a lot of work goes into that. So, um, great work that they do there. Shout outs to the whole Pi community as well. Because as fun as Discord Wars is, it wouldn't be as fun if it wasn't if it didn't have all the people who participate in it. Because you really it's really impressive. Like this event wouldn't really be that fun if it's just like 20 people on both teams. It could be okay, but what makes Discord Wars really fun is just like close to 600 people this year, um, joining up and forming two different teams and really going at it, and it's just a really fun atmosphere. So, shout out to everybody who participated in Discord Wars. Uh, Special thanks to Beamer and LaTeX. That is the software that I used for this. I included it because I thought maybe people might want to know. And as far as the stuff that made the graphs, that was Python, Matplotlib, and Seaborn. Seaborn's cool. It makes really nice looking graphs. So it's just a nice touch. I like how they style their graphs. So you should check them out if you ever want to make nice looking graphs. And I would, on a more serious note, I would be remiss. I would be remiss if we didn't if I didn't take a moment today to remember the few that we have lost since Discord War 7. It's been a rough year if you're a Hololive fan. It's been a rough year since the end of Discord War 7 last year. A rough late summer into early 2025. Hololive has said goodbye to 7 VTubers, and they will be missed. Minato Aqua, Murasaki Shion, Sakamata Chloe from the Japanese branch, Amelia Watson, Garguda Serasfana, Nanashi Mume. May we meet again in another life. And hopefully, when Discord Wars 9 comes around, there won't be any more that we have to say goodbye to. Let's hope for that. Anyways, speaking of Discord Wars 9, hope to see you guys there as well. And thanks for hanging out today. That's all I have for now. If you want to stay and chat for a bit, or you want to go back and see some of the slides before, I just take this as before I end the stream, an open forum where we can just discuss stuff for a little bit before I end the stream. So go ahead and say whatever you want to say. Thanks for showing your. What does that mean? Discord Wars, Discord Wars 8 was. It's like when it's done, it's like, oh man, I need to just sleep for a while. But yeah, we really went in. Oh, PowerPoint. I always know PowerPoint is PPT because that's like the extension. But yeah, I get it now. I get it because it's a joke. But I've never read PP as PowerPoint before. I didn't get it. I was slow. I was slow to the joke. I think this is still my favorite thing. The cross participation like heat map. I'll definitely do this again if I don't. Okay, so it does end up being a non-trivial amount of work putting together these stats. So I don't want to commit. I don't want to hard commit like, hey, see you guys next year for the stat presentation. I don't want to hard commit to that. But if I did do this next year or in a future year, if I don't do it every year, I would love to include this again because I think this is one of the most interesting things. It would be cool to see if how events overlap like they did this year, and whether in future events we get like these hard boxes. There's even a box here I just noted. What is this box? You see this box right here? What is this? This is Pokemon Snap, Balatro, Cooking, Creative, GBVSR, Archipelago Race Time. There's like the heat map here though. Between here, there's a decent amount of overlap. Hmm. Interesting. The flag of Sweden. I see it now. Yeah. Shoutouts to special shoutouts to Arius and Solo Man for providing side content while I played retro achievement games and stuff. Yeah. I know this tries to put them together in terms of like cross popularity. This does try to be like, oh, okay, like there's some these fall into groups based on cross popularity. So that's why you get these ones here. You get this squadron and this squadron. But okay, so is this what is this? Pokemon Snap and F Zero GX? Yeah, like that makes sense. It's cool seeing the heat maps for these. Animal Animal Royale overlaps pretty well here, doesn't it? Cooking, race time. Was this Peak? Pretty good overlap with Peak. Makes sense though. For a providing infinite content while you dueled Meadow 500 times. You know, it would be cool. I have Hundo, but I kind of like in a weird spot of hoping it's not in so I can do more. I think like I don't think it would be a bad thing to have Hundo take a break for 1 year. See, the problem is I think Hundo like if even if it was like every other year, that would be pretty good. Because I think even if you wanted to do it every year, it would just become I don't know. I worry that it would just. I worry that if you put it in every other year, then it gets in like 3 years max and then it's dead forever. Like you just get people to burn out. You get people like probably like we can't do. We basically get it what we're wishing upon pigs now. We're hoping that some of these events that we have every year eventually people are like wow like we're just burnt out on that. Like I think the consensus is like if pigs went away, at least a pigs leaderboard, I don't think anybody would be that too upset about it. But I think Hundo has so much potential for Discord Wars. But I think it's potential like it would be great not to waste it by like, having people get burnt out on it and just like have it be let it take breaks in between for like a year like off and on kind of thing. Yeah, free retro achievements to allow console play. I'm big in that camp. Be able to just submit your VOD instead of having retro achievements be what gates you for that. I'm big for that camp. It was peak. Conceptually, Team Hundo was cool filling out a decks. Gotta let the gamers get a breather. Can't wait to do it again and get involved earlier because of how much fun I enjoyed this year, but I probably should breathe for a year. Pigs isn't a burnout thing. Gotcha leaderboard will always been bad. Pigs you can just throw some time at and stop. Hundo requires a commitment, at least for some. I don't know. I I I think everybody feels all like dandy about pigs until you actually look at the leaderboard for pigs, and it just like it doesn't help that this year's pigs leaderboard just like got really sweaty. I don't know. I just feel like I think leaderboards are fine when you have control over them. Like pinball, I don't know how fun pinball is. It was probably really frustrating, but if you wanted to get good at pinball, that was an option to you. It wasn't like, oh, I need to just get the run. I need to get the super lucky four pigs in a pen at the start and just pray for the last one. And there's already 15 people in front of me who have really good runs, so I need like the god run to even have a chance. But your destiny is out of your hands there. The best you can do is just invest as much time as possible and hope that destiny like like cooperates with you. Whereas like skill based like Kid Chameleon or Pinball, it might not be a game for you, and that's fine. But at least it's a game where you are in full control over your position on the leaderboard. OSRS Firecave. I think RuneScape needs to get in. Tapioca, you needed to submit on your feedback form. Please put RuneScape back in. What happened there? Tapioca. Hopefully we get another grind game next year. These are just when the save state meta is in its real bad. Got 91 fishing during Discord Wars. Nice. Pigs was Giga Degen this year. I feel like next year will be RuneScape's time to return. 20-hour commitment. Leaderboard scoring this year was a big part of it. Yeah, you mean like the point, the like additional points for whichever team held more. It's only like 30 hours if you know how to one tick flick. Settled got a uh what does that mean again? Iron Man was the one that doesn't use the bank. Ultimate, yeah. Ultimate Iron Man Fire Cape in 10 hours. Just do that. Asking for Minecraft, woke asking for OSRS. So grateful for no OSRS here. It's wow, Discord laughing at you, fumble through it every year. OSRS is a massive Archie of all people playing OSRS. Yimo Yimo has opinions about the Archie, and I don't. The sad part is, I think they're good, but the sad part is, I don't think it matters because I think Archie is just in a place where it's like this thing is good. We should always have it. We don't need to mess with the sauce. It's like the sauce is perfect. Don't mess with it. But we make Archies that have 5 people in them. We're an event where each team has like close to 300 people on it. Now, I'm not saying you make an Archie with 300 people, although that would be cool. But I feel like, is there not a better incarnation of Archipelago that takes advantage of the unique opportunities that Discord Wars offers? Like, there's no other event where you've got 300 people on your team working together. If there was, we would also be into that. There was. FunFest tried to do that, and it freaking imploded, man. I I never shook my head at a group of gamers more than I did at the FunFest crew after like FunFest imploded because of like interpersonal issues. It's like you people can somehow get on the same page of playing these awful games in a mystery tournament, and yet making a two team event, point based event, that was their downfall. That was their the PNG of the cat who says, "Whoever was praying for my downfall, stop it. I'm cooked." But yeah, like if you've got this unique event, uh what if you did? What if you found a really special way to incorporate Archipelago that somehow involves a bigger portion of the team? You know, I think that would be cool. The weird RuneScape offshoot that launched earlier this year. Ah, yeah, the one right. I forget that one. That like everybody was talking about. Spock like streamed it once, and I was like, "Oh, this is cool." You streamed it in Discord. I was like, "This looks cool," and then like nobody talks about it anymore. What is the status of that, Spock? If you're still here, what is your status in that game right now? Yeah, Xanaris got canceled. Straight up run back the GIM Quest Point Challenge. It was so fun. I agree. MMOs bring out the good. Remember when Pi got 5 pigs world record? That's like third place now. How many people joined Discord Wars? Uh, 590 people joined. Um, 155 of those people didn't submit anything. So, in terms of team size, when you filter out the people who didn't submit anything, it was 220 on fantasy plus 215 on sci-fi. So 235, or excuse me, 435 altogether in terms of active participants. Willing to pay for a bond for every single person who joins next Discourse. You guys heard it. Mine be cob races. What is that? I can make that much coffer in 1 year. 2 categories: 5-person Archie and 100-person Archie. That would be pretty lit. Yeah, they stall, but it's like I know. There probably needs to be a way around that. That's the thing that's holding up. Like, yeah, we don't want people to feel bad if like stuff comes up, but surely we can think of a way around that. Like, we can just, if somebody just has to like, hey guys, I'm sorry, I can't do it anymore. I had something come up. They just, or whatever. Like, it starts to come along, someone's not responding anymore. You just say, okay, we'll deduct whatever your points would have been, and we'll just like release your items into the group. Like, we can have some kind of fail safe for that. I used to be a great shot in Pelago. You should know. I used to be a legend in Pelago. Now I play Pig. Got so many people doing Archie the last few days. Getting too many people in the Archie just makes the generator cry. One massive Archie will be hard. The Gigapelago of everyone on the team in one seed would go hard. People doing Sudoku for items on the side would be cool. Giga feels bad when you're locked behind the person who doesn't participate. Create an Archie time calculator, calculates expected time to complete a siege. Should people play them optimally? I mean, I don't know if we're half memeing, but I think we should be partially serious about this. Archipelago is the biggest turnout, and 2/3 of both teams did it. Where do we have that? Down here. 2/3 of both teams did Archipelago. Like, this is an Archipelago event. People show up for this. Given that evidence, I think we can find something more creative to do than Archipelago than making seeds of 5 people. We can still do that, but what if we did something even cooler? The people want it. Look at this. Look at the numbers. It's the next patch coming out this week, according to the roadmap. End my memory. Well, you'll have to let me know how that is. I'm curious. 150 people on one Archie, and it gets traffic jam on a single person. Everyone gets assigned an Archie. For what it's worth, I don't remember a single team being like, hey, one guy on my Archie like bailed. I don't think we had a single issue this year. I don't know if we had an issue the year before. I don't think there was a single instance of like someone's Archie needed to be released. So take of that what you may. Team-wide Archie worth 10,000 points would be so based. What if 50-person Archie, and if it gets done, it's like 5,000 points, whatever. 50-person Archie, and it's like, stuff can come up. We'll have some kind of fail safe if stuff comes up, but please join this Archie if you're serious about doing Archipelagos, because there's like Pi has a channel in the Discord that's just people who run a monthly Archie, and I don't think they ever have this problem. And like, yeah, you would just get people who are like, yeah, I'm gonna this like threshold, bring thresholds to Archipelago. There you go. 50 people need to enter this Archipelago for the team to get 10,000 points. Can make 6 billion in a year. I would be miserable, but I can do that. Me telling my team we aren't getting 10,000 points because I was assigned Zooter. Theo can make 6 billion a year, but can't rescue Argentina from la verga, man. Release the items and stuff becomes a major pain in the ass to manage. Manage that, then you lose out on more points because other people are busy. You guys are thinking too inside the box right now. I need you to think outside the box. If you made a said calculator, a certain number of players where if you cross it, expected time is over 2 weeks. Wasn't worth so many points. That's a good question. I don't know. If it wasn't worth 40 points, that's a good question. Because we do sort of it creates a feedback, right? Like if you value things for more points, participation goes up. So it's not necessarily people playing it because it's like the most fun or the greatest experience, because it's worth the most points and it's easy. It is pretty easy. It's definitely overvalued in terms of effort. Nothing else is close to that. Like Warzone, max Warzone is 600 points. Max Warzone is 60 points, which is like 50% more. But I don't think maxing out Warzone is only 50% more effort than doing an Archipelago. I think it's considerably more than that. Wasn't there a bunch of teams that probably finished in like a 2 hours or Giga Baby games? Yeah, several seeds were done after the first weekend. Teams with highest points, highest person Archie wins battle, let the war begin. Had a few people who had to get released, I think. More interested, not really more interested in 5-person groups. They definitely have a blocking problem. Every time I've been in one of the Giga Archies, everyone gets stuck in the drive through behind one gamer. All right. 50-person Archie. Everybody gets 100 points. Every hour that you are blocking the rest of the seed's progression, lose 1 point. That would be dirty. Iron Pelago. Now you're talking. Now you're talking. What if you took your 8 favorite games and turned them into a roguelike, Tapioca? Started as a sync, stuck behind your. I'm just going to read that as Shadowverse. I know that that's Stardew Valley, but I'm just going to read SV as Shadowverse from now on. You'll be stuck behind my Shadowverse seed next week. You assume there are 10,000 checks, 200 per game, and average block time is 100 seconds. Then it is 11 days. There you go. There you go. So we just need that amount. Perfect. 11 days is perfect. Back to the farm again. The Shadowverse drone strike hits my archipelago. What do you think the average block time per check is with 50 people? I do SMW every year because it's the least likely to get blocked. I beat it in less than a year without the ability I run. BK mode punishment. Also toxic. We'll get that in destroy. Well, we need it. Okay. December Binger Adventure. December. Okay, December, and then we need a B word archipelago for Yimo's next event because it's very Nimo. It's very Yimo aligned with like the toxicity of every time, every hour you're blocking the group is fewer points for you. We need December. The banger archipelago, except you're banging yourself because every hour you lose points. December blasphemous archipelago. I don't know. Breathtaking. It'll take your breath away how many points you're forfeiting because you keep BKing your team. I don't know. I don't know if there's plans actually for that. Yimo told me at the end of last December Brinker adventure that he wasn't going to do it again. But sometimes people lie. You never know. December Barrier Archipelago. No. The human brain is fascinating. SG never lie. I never lie. I think it came down to it's just it's hard to think of. It's it's hard to think of. I I struggled when we last 30 for 30 when it was like the 10 categories. I struggled to think of those 10 categories. I guess it was 12 because we had the elite games. I struggled to think of those 12 categories. And Yemo thought of at least double that for his bingo board. Now, in the sake of being toxic for him, I'll say that that my 12 that I thought of were good, and his were just like spammy and bad. But his categories weren't as good. There were more of them. It was like a quality. It was a quality over quantity issue. Mine had higher quality. His just had more quantity. I wonder if the 30 for 30 will 30 for 30 is happening. I already have the games list. I have the games list. I'll tease this. 30 for 30 has a theme this year. That's your teaser. Your teaser is this year's 30 for 30 is the first themed 30 for 30. These are very interesting mixed reactions right now. Gooner Game Month. See you in Kid Chameleon and Super Mario Sunshine 120 shines. Areas played that looked awful. I'm writing that one down. That's not this year's theme, but that might be a good one. Kosh Bosh, 200%. It was Kosh Bosh. It's okay. Arius will play Kosh Bosh eventually. Just make it FM 100% at this point. The conductors of our own nightmares. My fellow naplings. My mind went there, PQ. But I'm glad your mind went there too. It do be like that. I hear nightmares and my brain, it's like neurons activate. Wait, nightmares? Naplings? Doobie 3D. There's only one good Doobie, and it's the OG. It's Dr. Doobie. Thinking about it soon to be married. I've got problems, man. From the same guy who brought us the December. That's really good. Can we rename December Bingo Adventure to Decembimbo Adventure? Decembimbo Adventure. I just thought of your second year. I just thought of the continuation of your event. You got to bring it back. Decembimbo Adventure. That's a different event. It's all about rejuvenating events. Just like we see in Discord Wars, you can't run the same games every year all the time. You got to bring some freshness in. Lots of Japanese art. Yes. Yes, indeed. Okay, sir, back to the basement. Yeah, just cook that one a little bit. Yima, when are the PowerPoints? When can we look forward? We're here as aficionados of PowerPoints. We want to know when we can expect the Yimo PowerPoints to be online. We're looking forward to the next PowerPoint stream, which I know Spock has one coming up in October, but like surely before October, Yimo will have his done, I'd imagine. Given that this was the reward for last year's Decembimbo Adventure. When are the pings? Can't run the same games except for Zooter Co-op and Pokemon Showdown. Yeah, yeah. Do people who play like be honest with us, Djibouti? If Showdown didn't exist, would your Discord Wars be better? If Showdown didn't exist in Discord Wars, would your Discord Wars experience be better? Too busy gooning to the blondies. My bad, man. Wouldn't change anything. Playing your phone at work. Ah, okay, fair. Because I was gonna say it would free you up to do other stuff, but I guess if you're playing it at work, that's not time that could have been used for other stuff anyway. Also, this year I didn't play past the Tuesday of week 1. Showdown, really? Really? Okay. Next year we're bringing Benjamin Butterfree to Showdown. Get ready. Next year's Showdown will be exclusively Benjamin Butterfree battles. Chibi already made a great Bravely PPT. That was good, yeah. And before that, it was what? Chibi's was like the Yume Nikki one. I'll be honest, Chibi did an excellent job on the Chibi on the Bravely Default presentation. It was very well explained. That series is so messed up. I still struggle to understand it though. In spite of how well Chibi explained it, like how they named those sequels and which game came first and which one is like became before the other and which one's a bad remake and which one's a good remake. It's still a mystery to me. I think Discord Wars 9 should have a competitive PowerPoint event. Both teams sent 3 champions to give the most entertaining presentations on screen. Then a panel of judges. No, so you got to have different criteria for the judges. It has to be like a point system where there's for entertainment value, there's informative, there's for structure, there's for visual appeal. Like it's got to be multifaceted, man. Was oddly informative. The Minecraft build event for office workers reflects the aging pie community. I like a good subjective judging contest. That's what the Discord Wars Minecraft judging was missing. It was missing like an American Idol like panel. We needed someone to play like the Simon Cowell who just didn't like any of the builds. Pi could be like the Paula Abdul, who's always going to say nice stuff about the builds. But yeah, you need a Simon Cowell who is like, I know you spent 2 weeks on this, but is this really the best you could have done? Really, you couldn't get enough. What's a good idea? You couldn't get enough Elytra in 2 whole weeks to add that to the thing there. Really, I don't know. I tried to meme about Minecraft. I don't know anything about Minecraft. To judge Showdown next year. Supreme. Supreme would really have to channel his Simon Cowell. You got to really like bring it. It's a hard you got to like really practice being meme. So many scaffold blocks. Gamers who enjoy suffering. I do nothing about this, but I will be angry. So this will be going up on YouTube. This presentation, I will upload the local recording to YouTube. And I will post it. I will also, after I do that, I will post it with the PDF if you guys want to take a closer look at any of the graphs. They're all in They're all in a PDF, so they can be like zoomed in on if you want to look back on that. Like the Jacquard index, so you see the co-popularity of events. I'll post that around Discord tomorrow. So if you wanted to take a close look at any of those slides, that will be your opportunity. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. Legend of Dragoon will be this week. We're on the final disc of Legend of Dragoon. We'll be pretty hyped to finish that this week. I know I'm playing Civ 6 later today. So I'm probably not. Is it Sunday already, isn't it? Damn, man. When was I going to play PoE? I'll just side game PoE 2 while I play Civ. What could go wrong? Yep. So, beta to go, man. Yeah. I don't think there'll be any streams the rest of this weekend, but into next week, I'm not playing PoE 2. I'm not, but it's free. I'm getting FOMO'd. It's currently free right now on Steam. They're having a free weekend, and it's hilarious to me because this game, they already said this will be a free game. Don't worry. We know you guys like that PoE 1 was free. Don't worry. PoE 2 will also be free, but while it's in early access, it's going to cost $30. Please understand. I don't know why. This is like remember when games were free when they were in beta, and then you get to like try it out for them, you get to experience it, and then like they shut off the beta and it's like, all right, we're releasing the game now and it costs money. Remember that's how it used to work? Now it goes the other way. You pay to be in the beta and beta test the game, and then you get the game for free if you just wait till it comes out. We're on the reverse of that. But PoE has done one even better. They're putting the early access on Steam free weekend. So the game will eventually be free. It's currently free for a weekend, and then it will go back to being paid. And I just find that really funny. The only reason I want to play it is so that I can say it's bad, because I say it's bad right now, but people are like, SG, you don't even own the game. You're just parroting. You just like watch like 5 minutes of Crip, and he was like malding about stuff, so you think the game is bad. So now I'll be able to play it and say it's actually bad. That's my goal. I didn't even know they did that for PoE 1. I didn't even know there was a PoE 1 beta. Gamers thinks games will come out if in early access, right? Yeah, I gave you an early access account. Minecraft being $2. Oh, they did the it was buy a supporter pack for PoE 1 as well. Well, yeah, that's still the same thing they do. Supporter packs, yeah. Even in PoE 1 now, the supporter pack is like, yeah, this is how you support the developers. PoE 2 cash grab. A lot of people got interested in PoE 2 just because it's a new game. People I never expected streaming PoE 2. I saw streaming it when it came out. It's gonna be like Silksong. There's so many people I see now playing Hollow Knight just because they want to play Silksong on release day and stream it. It's like Hollow Knight is a game that existed for years, and Silksong will likewise be a game that exists for years. The game does not change if you play it immediately. You'll have the same experience playing it later on. But it's just the appeal of something about new games really appeals to people that has like a freshness. Games are like food for some people. Like it's only good if you play it right when it comes out. And you have to like force feed yourself the stale Hollow Knight. It's a good game, of course. I haven't played it, but a lot of people say it's a good game. But to continue with the analogy, you've got to force feed yourself that stale game so you can eat the fresh game that's about to come out. It's kind of funny. It's the only time this information isn't all online. If it was like a story-based game, I could see that, Spock. I could see value where it's like, oh man, this VN just came out, or this story-heavy game just came out. Like the new Sandfall interactive game just came out. Oh, Epic Expedition 33 is so good. I want to play it before anybody else talks about it. I could see that, but I don't know how you're gonna get spoiled by Silksong. Is someone gonna like? Are you gonna get like drive by dropped like the map, like the Metroidvania map of the whole Silksong world in like a Discord, and be like, damn it, somebody spoiled Silksong for me. I just don't know how you. I don't know how you effectively like drive by spoil that game. Like for story based games, some people can't help themselves and they like talk about it, and you casually like you accidentally see their conversation. But play at launch, you encounter the catastrophic glitches in modern games. Yeah, if you don't play now, Rainad will change the monetization. The option to look things up doesn't even exist. Plus, they want to talk about it with their friends, maybe. This is how Takanashi Kiyata is finally going to get the Koseki Biju collab, as she will have played Silksong with her. That's going to be how they bond. Finally, a bonding moment. John Hollow Knight fights the Silksong at the end of the game. No, DTW, why you got to be like that? If you're going to spoil something about the game, DTW, please do us a favor and just spoil the price. Because that's the information we need. Solid at PAX. 1999. Oh, I'm in. Cheap AF. Tokoyami Toa was live just moments ago. I could have rated her. But sadly, I'm going to have to send. Who is this? There's someone dressed up as a Fuwaba Abiscard. Who is this? All right. I was going to raid Solo Man, but there's literally someone on my following list cosplaying Fuwawa Abi. And that, I've never seen that happen before. So, Solo Man, I'm sorry to say you lose this. Yeah. Wawa. If you were sub to me, hold on. If you were sub to me back when I had affiliate, drop a SG4EF in her chat. All right, thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you next time. Bow bow.